I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. And if you haven't seen this movie before, I'm gonna give you a bunch of spoilers because I'm autistic. First of all, let me tell you my experience with Pokemon. As an adult, I've played a good amount of Pokemon. I'm a big fan of Pokemon, to the point where I memorized the entire typing chart, the weakness, strengths, super effective stuff chart. Big imprint on my childhood. And I do remember seeing this movie for the first time when I was a lot younger, and it had a really big impact on me when I first watched it. And let me tell you why. Alright, so movie starts. Basically, we get to see the backstory of Mewtwo, why he was created. Basically, he's a weapon for Giovanni, which is the Team Rocket leader. He wants to have a weapon. And I personally don't condone using Pokemon as weapons, but you know, this is a whole Team Rocket thing. They're not good. And so, we got Fuji is the scientist that we are following right now. Fuji is like, hey, I'm gonna accept your offer because I'm big cloning, and I'm gonna use this as a way to also help clone my dead daughter, which is really sad. I was like, oh boy, my heart goes out to Fuji. Unfortunately though, Fuji loses his daughter when kind of like in the process of cloning. I mean, Mewtwo befriends this daughter, and then they all decompose and die except for Mewtwo. And I'm like, whoa, this is really tragic. But Mewtwo's also forced to forget about his friends when he's put down to mature. And I'm like, oh no! My heartstrings, they're already been hearted with. They've been messed with already at this point. So, of course, when Mewtwo becomes an adult and learns that he's a clone of Mew and is basically a weapon, of course, when nobody treats him like, you know, a Pokemon, a living creature that deserves love and attention and care, of course Mewtwo's gonna freak out and exploit everyone and kill everything, destroy everything everyone's in their path. Of course he's gonna do that. I mean, I understand why Mewtwo does it. I feel for Mewtwo. I only hope Mewtwo for his best. Of course, Giovanni is like, oh, that's a weapon. I'm gonna try to convince his weapon in order to weaponize and be good for me. And I don't like Giovanni. He seems to be very opportunistic and not in a good way. And definitely trying to use Mewtwo against, you know, the entire world. But Mewtwo, good for Mewtwo, he's just like, I'm gonna isolate myself, I hate everyone. And good thing he isolates himself, but it's sad that he hates everyone. And now we get to see Ash, May, and Brock. They're eating food with their Pokemon. The food looks really good. Like, I really want to eat that food. It's just making me think of food right now, and it's like, oh boy, I cannot wait to eat food. But they get an invitation to go to this island because, you know, we're gonna have a bunch of trainers there. And, you know, it's gonna be fun. So they go to this island. There's a huge storm that prevents them from going to this island, but they go anyway, which is good. I like how they're just gonna be like, we're going to this island, no matter what. Even got Team Rocket there trying to take him to this island, and then their identities revealed, and they all end up going to this island on the top of their Pokemon. I'm like, wow, you guys really don't want to die in the ocean. That is good for you. I'm glad you guys don't want to die in the ocean. They all arrive at this island. They're at a cool little mansion. I really like the colors, by the way. Man, I'm really impressed by the colors, how vibrant everything is. I'm like, ah, yeah, this is like beautiful visually. All the animation's really smooth at this point. It's beautiful. Then we get to see, oh no! What's going to happen? Looks like Team Rocket has discovered that the bunch of the Pokemon are being cloned, which is bad. I'm like, oh no. Now there's clones? It's like Mewtwo was a clone, and now Mewtwo is using the cloning to have everybody's Pokemon fight against each other. And I'm like, no, not this unnecessary fighting. I mean, of course I understand what Mewtwo is like. I really don't like any of this. I don't like any of humanity or Pokemon. I just want to make sure everyone is just fighting each other. He just really wants to destroy everything. And of course, what's really noble, he's like capturing everybody's Pokemon in these like weird balls. And Pikachu and Ash are very resilient. Pikachu does his hardest not to get captured by the Pokeballs, which I have like, yeah, I really love this. I love their dedication to saving everyone, and especially Ash's. When Pikachu does get captured, he follows them. He follows the balls, and the balls lead them to a weird place, and everyone's released. Everyone's Pokemon's released. Everyone's Pokemon goes big bold battles, including this really cool battle between Mewtwo and Mew. And during this entire battle, I'm like, oh man, this is pretty rad. I love this battle. Oh my goodness. But there's this like huge ray. There's like big old energy blast between Mew and Mewtwo. And of course, Ash is like, I gotta protect my Pokemon. I'm gonna protect my good old pal Pikachu. And he turns into stone. And this is the part which was like super sad. Ash is stone. All the Pokemon are crying. And I'm like, no, not, I was so sad. It's so sad at this part. And then the power of tears, Pokemon tears, brings Ash back to life. And of course, because everyone loves Ash, Mewtwo is like, oh my goodness, I could just not care about why people are cloning me. I could just like not care about Mew. Doesn't matter where I come from. No. All that matters is what I do with my time. And I find that to be a really fun, valuable lesson that I think that everyone should learn from, especially since Mewtwo is like, oh man, all this destruction that I've caused, this sucks. I'm not a really big fan of it. But he basically is like, okay, I feel so bad, I'm gonna wipe everyone's memories. It wipes everyone's memories, puts everything back to normal, turns back time before everyone got to this island, and I'm just thinking to myself, oh man, now no one will be able to learn from those experiences that they went through. No one's gonna remember that there's a Mew or a Mewtwo. No one's gonna remember the cloning laboratory. I find that Mewtwo's decision to have everyone's memory erased is a bad one, because how are they going to learn? How are they going to grow? They're just going to be, their time was essentially wasted, Mewtwo. You just stole everyone's time. I don't care if you turned back time for everyone. Now you got like an alternate reality that they do remember, and of course they're going to like approach life differently, but now they don't have the opportunity to approach life differently at all. And they could just be ending up in the same situation over and over and over again because you decided to erase their memories. Mewtwo is the ultimate villain, threw it out, threw in, even with good intentions, still everyone forgets everything that's ever happened, and I don't like that. That kind of sits uncomfortable with me. But alas, everyone's having a good old handy-dandy time, everything ends up very happy, and Mewtwo is just like, alright, cool. That's how the movie ends. Man, the animation is beautiful. I was definitely really admiring all of the cinematic shots that the Pokemon movie uses, and the fact that everything is so clear. Like, you can tell what's happening in the story even without dialogue. The animation is that clear, that clean, that evenly paced. It's really good. I really enjoyed the Pokemon movie, and so I gotta give it a solid 7.6 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon 2000! I've only seen this movie once before, I only remember seeing this movie up to the part where Lugia starts to talk to Ash, and then I stopped watching the movie. But I rewatched it. I'm gonna see if it holds up. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts we're meeting a guy named Lawrence. He just wants to catch the titans of ice, electricity, and fire. That's what these birds, the three birds are called. And honestly, it's a very epic name. But honestly, I'd rather just call them the powerful birds, the power birds. But looks like Moltres was caught by Lawrence, and then now weather is destroyed. There's a bunch of turbulent sea. Ooh, the sea go bouncy, and Ash and Misty and a couple of their pals, they're going along to the Orange Islands, and they end up in like the middle of all of the Orange Islands. And of course, at this island that they end up stranded at, there seems to be some sort of tradition, an island tradition, that somebody, the chosen one, gets chosen, and Ash is chosen by a girl named Melody. And I'm like, you know what? That's quite adorable. Ash just literally got here, and now he's being chosen as the chosen one, and I'm just like, ha, this is hilarious. But I just want to see Lugia, because honestly, Lugia is my favorite Pokemon, favorite legendary Pokemon specifically, and if I don't see Lugia within the next 15 minutes, I'll be sad. We see more of Team Rocket. Team Rocket's trying to steal more Pokemon, of course, as always. But Ash's ultimate mission is to take the totems. They got them orbs. Take them to a slowpoke shrine as like some sort of tradition. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm along for this journey. It's fine. I like seeing all of this, the action of going to each island, which is honestly, it's beautiful. Just the animation's really nice. But also there's a part where, Lawrence, he's going to get Zapdos. And I think everyone is freaking out because he keeps like catching them in the opposite order. You started with Moltres. Why didn't you start with Articuno? She's literally one is in her name. Okay, this is probably why the weather is freaking out. But of course, we're gonna release the birds. We're gonna try to stop Lawrence from causing all of this weather drama. We're gonna try to have him so he doesn't keep catching the birds and they're successful. Honestly, I was like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. It makes sense that they're successful. But what kind of floored me is once the birds are released, they start fighting each other, and I'm like, so do you guys like not like each other? Is that the dealio here? What's going on? Like, I know you guys are like on separate islands. You guys have to be secluded and away from each other, but you guys are like the pinnacle of just weather, it seems. So you guys should probably get along together a little bit better than just like outright attacking each other. But the only thing that stops the birds, well, not even stops the bird. Finally, Lugia appears when he's accidentally woken up by Lawrence. Oh man, Lugia is here. I'm gonna solve everything. He tries to stop the birds from fighting. They attack him, and they're too powerful. I'm just like, why would the birds stop fighting? Also, there's a moment where we have Lugia is trying to go fast, and guess he's trying to go fast with? He's trying to go fast with Ash and friends, and also Team Rocket. And Team Rocket is like, hey, you know what? We should probably fall off, because if the world isn't here, how are we going to be bad? And I'm like, you know what? They did a really good thing there, honestly. I quite admire their, like, you know what? I'd rather just continue bad, so I'm not gonna slow down this Lugia in his attempt to try to save the world from all the turbulence that Lawrence has caused, and I'm just like, Lawrence, what is wrong with you? Why did you have to do this to everyone? I also forgot to mention the part where Ash's mom comes to the island and crashes. I honestly find this hilarious because it's like, okay, Ash's mom, this is like the first time that I've seen you in a while. I'm glad that you're checking up on your son, but you're gonna crash. You're gonna allow a helicopter to crash around you in order to see your son. You know what? I honestly just like how it sets up for an interaction later on where Ash is actually talking to his mom, and his mom is like, you gotta be more careful. And Ash is like, okay, I'll be more careful, Mom. That's what Ash sounds like. It totally. The search for the treasure on the island, though, has not stopped. They're trying to get the treasure from each island. Oh, I'm gonna go to Zapdos. And of course, you have Pikachu and Zapdos are gonna electricity at each other, which is a fun, interesting way to talk to a legendary Pokemon. But also, oh, we gotta go to each island. Okay, there's gonna be some sort of obstacle. Oh, we're gonna go to Articuno. Bam! Nope. Says the birds, they just arrive. But Lugia's here to save the day. We gotta go get the Articuno treasure. We gotta bring it back to Slowpoke Shrine. And then everything will be saved. Lugia shall return to the ocean and enjoy his oceany ways. I really like the way that he talks. I just like the way he's very telepathically, I think that's the correct term, just saying words. It's like, yeah, I'm not moving my mouth, but because I'm a psychic flying type, I can send you my wave, my very highly intelligent wave, so I can talk to you guys. But I'm also like, are the other birds not able to talk to you, Lugia? Is that why they rarely see you and then talk to you and then attack you when you try to break up a fight? Is that what happens? Come on, man. How could you lose so much? How are you not stronger than all three of them combined? But I digress. Lugia is still a cool Pokemon. I still want to pet a Lugia. Lugia goes to sleep. Lauren goes back to wherever he's going to talk to Team Rocket. Team Rocket's like, maybe you should do good. But nah, we're good. We're good on not doing good. I'd rather do bad. And I'm like, you know, that makes sense. But I'm still glad that they chose to not stay on the Lugia, because that would have slowed things majorly down. I think the movie ended there for sure, but also I just like the character progression of the legendary birds. You got peaceful to very angry when one of them is gone, to very, very angry when both of them are gone. And then very, 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 very angry when all of them are now back and fighting each other. And only Lugia can stop the fighting from occurring, because that's just what Lugia does. And I'm like, man, Lugia is so cool. The action's pretty solid. I go, mwah. Pretty solid. I felt engaged during the entire time. I also felt like a lot of the story could have been like just tightened up a little bit more. It definitely felt like a lot of the plot just kind of like was expanded. But honestly, even that minor detail, I still felt along throughout the entire journey. Colors were beautiful, vibrant. I want more Lugia, please. I wish there's more Lugia media, but I understand that Lugia is a Johto legendary type. That's only Gen 2. And we're on like Gen 9 now. Who cares about Lugia now? But I do. I still care about Lugia. Because the amount of Lugia, I feel like there should have been a more amount of Lugia. But there's a good amount of Lugia. There just need to be more. Honestly, that is my actual opinion. And because of my actual opinion, I gotta give this movie a solid 6.4 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon 3, the movie. Spell of the Unknown, if you want to call it that. It is directed by Kunihiko Uyama. My previous exposure to this movie, I think I've seen it once before, but I mostly forgot, so I had to watch it again. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, it's a pretty sad tale, actually. So we have a father, his name is Spencer. He's looking at the unknown. He's doing some research on some unknown Pokemon, and I'm thinking right off the bat, hey, maybe you should probably not look into Pokemon that are named unknown. They might be a little bit too spicy for you to handle. Maybe you should probably chill out just a little bit, just a little bit. But I think he'll be fine. Oh no, he's not. He's not fine. Actually, the unknown go crazy, go summoning the unknown. And the Spencer is taken. Boom. And now Molly, who is a child, it is Spencer's daughter. She is fatherless and the mother has been gone already, so now she's alone. And I feel for her so much already. I'm just like, man, Molly, you've been going through so much, man. I totally get you. I totally get why you're like, Mom, Dad, where are y'all at? She seems to be very young. She's not 10. It's a whole plot point that she wants to become a Pokemon trainer, but she's too young. But I think she could be a good Pokemon trainer, but her dad's disappearance, she goes chasing. She's like, I'm gonna look at this book. I'm gonna go summon the unknown by mistake. But the unknown are going to, I don't know if they take pity or something. They absorbed the father of her, but now they're doing what she wants. Basically creating some sort of illusions, like an Entei, I think it's called. E-N-T-E-I. That's how it's spelled. Entei. Yeah, so she would have these storybooks that her father would read to her, and then, wow, there was an Entei there. I'm like, well, that's pretty cool. I really love the moment where she's like, Papa! And then, wow, the Entei is like, I'm Papa? And I'm like, whoa, what a loving moment. There is really such a bond there between that Entei and Molly. But unfortunately, the entire palace which she lives in is crystallizing. And it's crystallizing the entire town. And this was where Ash, Misty, and Brock come in. Brock has returned. Man, I missed Brock so much. He has such good classic lines that I only heard out of context, actually. Is you gotta turn your frying pan into a drying pan. Yeah, I haven't actually seen the episode which that's in. But you know what? Brock is here, and I'm very excited. The Crystal Palace, there's a bunch of news people around, including Ash's mother. And Ash's mother is like, you know what? I'm gonna take a look-see. But wow, Entei has captured her. But now Ash and the gang are now forced to go via stream, just like walking into the water. There's like some sort of water like peering out from the castle, and I'm thinking, what type of water is it? I hope it's clean water. Please be clean water. But yeah, they're walking through it. There's like some sort of surveillance camera, like, ooh, wow, what are they doing? I wouldn't say it's a surveillance camera, it's a magic camera. I don't know where the camera comes from, honestly. But Molly is like, whoa, they're Pokemon trainers? I want to become a Pokemon trainer. I want to battle him. And then she falls asleep. And because of the conditions of where she's at in this Crystal Palace, she can basically become whatever she wants. So she becomes older. She becomes like a teenager, I think. That's what I gathered from her age. Like how she's drawn, just like there's certain ways to draw a face, especially placing the eyes. Depending on how low or how high you place the eyes can determine whether you think it is a child, like a baby, a like child or an adult. I gotta do an entire video on this. I'll go into depth in it, but if I made that video, would you guys really like to see it? Because I want to do more how to draws. What should I draw more of, guys? I want to know. Especially Pokemon. I'm thinking about doing how to draw on Pokemon. That's a big old brain idea that I had. But enough about that. Let's continue on with the plot of the movie. So Molly is coming around. She's like, I'm gonna be a Pokemon trainer. I'm gonna battle y'all. So here's the order. First, it's not Misty first. There's another girl with them. And another girl first goes and battles Molly. Too powerful. And then it's Misty. And then it's Brock. And during this entire time, there's a moment where, while she's battling Misty, there's like underwater, and I'm like, whoa, they're all gonna drown. Actually, they can breathe underwater? That's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of the breathable water, underwaterness. And so Ash goes to the top, he's gonna get the mom. Mom's like, hey, look, this is Molly, she's still a little child. I gotta get out of here, Ash. I know you come for me, but wow, have you heard of her story? Her dad and her mom is gone. Have some sort of sympathy. So now I have to deal with the fact that there's a sad child. And do you want to break the heart of a sad child? She does, actually. She's like, hey, Molly, I'm not your mother. I'm not your mother at all. And then Molly's sad. Ah, no! Ah! Molly sees all the damage that she's causing. She sees all the destruction across, the crystallization has taken across the entire town. It's just crystallizing everywhere, all the crystals. And she's like, whoa, I don't want to give people all my crystals. I want to save some for myself. But more importantly, I got to deal with the fact that I'm harming Ash. Cause wow, Ash, this is my son. Ash says Ash's mother, knowing by her title is Ash's mother and not Molly's mother. She's like, yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Entice, please stop. Please don't hurt anyone else. Please don't. No more. Entice is like, as you wish. But they have to break through the unknown force field in order to stop all of this stuff. So Entice is like, grrr, I'm gonna go on the force field. Grrr. And then, you know what else he does? He's like, alright. Hey, Molly, please believe in me. She's like, I believe he could break through the force field. And then he does. Scrambles the unknown like alphabet soup without the soup, says Meowth. I forgot to mention Team Rocket. They're here. There's also a moment where there's like a surprise. Ooh, they're gonna fall off the side of this place. They're gonna fall off. They're gonna plummet to a crash if they're not caught. But wow, Team Rocket is here to save them. Team Rocket is like, if we didn't save you, we wouldn't be able to do any bad. I'm like, you know what? That makes sense. I'm a big fan of you, Team Rocket, just because I know you guys are trying to steal Pokemon. I don't like that. I don't like thievery. But I am a fan that you guys, at the end of the day, will just be like, hey, it's okay. We're gonna save you because y'all are humans, after all. They go through all the rigmarole of being saved by Team Rocket in the end. But you know what Ash had to go deal with first? He had to deal with throwing first evolution starters at a legendary Pokemon. What was he thinking? Yeah, they're just gonna die. Let's just throw them. Go out there, Totodile. Go get them. Woo, amazing. Wow, you're dead. That sucks. Wow! Chikorita? No, that's the wrong one. Wow, it's Cyndaquil. Wow! Cyndaquil, you get him? You got this. Ha 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 ha, laughing joke. Ash, what type of Pokemon trainer are you? Of course, I don't think, honestly, you would have been able to defeat Molly's Pokemon, because she imagined Pokemon to be very strong, although during the battle with Misty, she was very lighthearted, which is like, maybe she prefers Misty. But that's alright. What does happen, though, is that no one stays with her originally. You gotta stop all this badness from happening. So now she is motherless and fatherless. Molly is. And you gotta recognize that she's gonna be sad forever. She's gonna be sad 5 ever, even. Did you even consider that how many sadness she's gonna be in? Maybe even 6 ever. Who knows how long she'll be sad for? Maybe 7 ever. That'd be pretty cool, honestly. But I don't think sadness is cool. That'd be pretty cool, honestly. I hope she gets out of the sadness. TBH. I hope she's like, wow, maybe I can learn a thing or two from these Pokemon trainers and train my sadness away. But she will not be sad because, wow, her father and mother are here. What? Wow, that was great. I'm so glad she doesn't have to deal with the fact that she has to be sad ever again. I really hope that she appreciates her parents. I hope that she's like, wow, I'm gonna treat y'all with all respect and all the respect you need because, wow, I really appreciate you guys were gone for a while and I missed you and I couldn't do things without y'all and I was lashing out at people. But now you guys are here and I'm like, nah, you know what? Bleh. Sick to my stomach with how much sweetness there is. Sickeningly sweet. I think that's what it's called. But yeah, that was the end of the movie. I also should mention that the Pokemon Pikachu short exists. I watched about 10 minutes of it. And I was like, okay, I like the animation. I like the color of it. And I like the Pokemon. But after a while, the Pokemon noises got really annoying. Like, wow. I mean, I like how they're going through. I like how they're going, oh, we gotta go find Pokemon. All right, let's go this way. Let's go this other way. Oh, we're gonna encounter a Houndour. Or they're gonna get angry. We're gonna go to a place where there's a bunch of other Pokemon. We're gonna go through a bunch of other things. And they're gonna run out, we're gonna be safe, and then we're gonna meet up with our trainers. And I'm like, cool, fun. I don't think I'm the audience for this short though, honestly. When I say I watched about 10 minutes, around the 10-minute mark was when I stopped caring that much. And then I kind of like did some other things while I was watching it, but I did finish the short. And honestly, not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of how many noises there were. I'm not a big fan of just noises. Like, wow, could you imagine? There's some narration to like guide you along, like of the story, if visuals aren't telling you what's happening. But mostly you don't really need dialogue, which I do appreciate though. Even though I don't like this short that much, I do appreciate the fact that you can just watch and know what is happening. Except for you need a narrator event occasionally. Not that often. But it's there to be like, oh, well, this is here to clear things up. And you don't need like several sentences. You'll need one sentence. And it's like, okay, cool, this is what's happening. Alright, thank you, narrator guy. So that's what I got from that, and honestly, I like the colors. It's very bright. But I'm not really a child anymore. I didn't like this one. I did like this when I was a child. I will admit that. But I'm less of a fan now. The short itself, I'm gonna give a 6 out of 10, just for the appreciation factor. Is all like 4 points of it, honestly. And then the movie itself, I really like. Well, there is no. Is there some character progression? That is up for debate. But do I think there's any character progression? Not really. I mean, Team Rocket always comes in clutch. They seem like the most progressed characters out of all of them, honestly. We have, oh, we're doing this again. Oh, we're doing this again. I feel like Team Rocket might be like, they're villains. They're incompetent villains, but they're also like a good audience insert character. You get some dialogue. This is my suspicion, and once I get to these Team Rocket episodes, like the later ones, I want to see if they're a little bit more meta. But they're not meta right now. But I do like their character progression, no matter how small. But Molly's character progression is awesome. She turns from like, I just want to do what I want, to be like, you know what? I better do this for the sake of my family. And now, my family's here. That's awesome. I'm glad they're here. The colors were cool. Nice, cool colors. Not exceptionally bright, but it was fun. It was fun, except for some scenes. There was a lot of scenes like inside the castle that were very colorful, which I enjoyed. Outside the castle, not as much, but you know, I did enjoy the colors. I did enjoy the tone. Even though this is more of a serious Pokemon movie, it still felt... I don't think it felt lighthearted, actually. I was about to say it felt lighthearted, but actually it doesn't. It's not super lighthearted, but it's lighthearted enough where you can be like, ooh, pretty colors, ooh, yeah, look at that go. Look at them go, it's pretty. But there's a deeper message to it. Just appreciate people, and please do not have other people go through your suffering. So, because the movie is good. I'd say it's good. I'd say it gets a solid 6.5 out of 10. Lugia, best Pokemon, although I totally understand why people don't like Lugia. Ultimate threat. I'm in salad and I saw Pokemon Forever. Not Five Ever. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. My previous exposure to this Pokemon movie in the past, I think I saw it once before. I didn't really remember much of it. I rewatched it. So, if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're in a forest. Yeah, this movie takes place in the forest, and we're following Sammy. Sammy is a person, a Pokemon trainer. He's like walking down the forest, and he's like, ah! And then we see what should have been seen by him already before that point. I just find it hilarious. I kind of like interpret those two scenes just kind of like a 1 second, then another second. It's like, dude, you're very close to the hole. But another woman is also very close to the hole, a little bit closer to the hole than he is. And she's like, hey, be wary. Celebi exists. Who is Celebi? It's a Pokemon. Johto region, they're in Johto. Johto, this is Generation 2. If you don't know anything about Pokemon, Gen 1 takes place in Kanto, and then Johto is Gen 2. So that's the context we have here. Coolest Pokemon alive, Lugia. Best Pokemon, although I totally understand why people don't like Lugia. Ultimate threat, but that's a different video. This isn't this video. This video is talking about Celebi, and Celebi is being chased by a Pokemon hunter once Sammy enters the hole. Sammy notices this. He's like, wow, Celebi! I got you, Celebi. Celebi's scared. It's being hunted by a Houndoom. Houndoom's like, arr, grr, grr, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna chomp you on your face. And you, what, I think Celebi is just a grass type. So yeah, the fire probably would do something bad to Celebi. Celebi's like, no, not your fire chomper, I'm gonna run away. Also, there's a Pokemon trainer trying to just capture the Celebi. The Celebi lands in Sammy's arms, and then Celebi is like, ah, looking up at the sky. Then teleports Sammy to 40 years in the future. Just kind of like teleports him. I mean, I like the scene. I really like the setup of the scene. I'm very excited for, oh, what's gonna happen? Well, we have a good setup, we have a good premise. Celebi is being hunted, and Celebi has a power set provided an exposition by somebody else is coming in. I also find it hilarious, though, that now we're in the future, and we see Ash in the team, Ash and friends, and Ash is looking yonder. He's on a boat, I should probably say that. He's on a boat, and he's going somewhere. And then he sees yonder, and it's like a silhouette of a Pokemon. Very mysterious Pokemon. I'm like, who is that Pokemon? Who's that Pokemon? Who, I don't know. I was like, in my head, I was like, Suicune? I know how to spell it. I've seen it in writing. I mean, I don't know how to pronounce it. And then, bam, Professor Oak. It was a Suicune. I'm like, oh, thanks for the suspension. The tension was not built to, who is this Pokemon? I just feel like just identifying the Pokemon quickly, I guess, is vital to the type of story that this Pokemon is. I'm also mostly just thinking that, hey, Professor Oak, give me some tension, please. I'd like to go touch its fur, and it looks like its fur is gonna be great, until I accidentally set it off and not have a fun time. But it's like, at the same time, Celebi is what this movie is about. In Celebi, there's a hunter 40 years later. He's being confronted. Hey, did you ever get that Celebi? I want to enslave it. I want to enslave the Celebi. And this hunter's like, nah, man, I don't know about you, but I do not really feel very good. I'm 40 years older than I was, and the fact that I don't have the Celebi, and the fact you're asking me to just take the Celebi disappeared. I don't know where it went. Luckily, the Celebi and Sammy are now back in this time. What a weird thing to occur. I would feel very frazzled if I were Sammy. Just cause the fact you look like you're 20, right? And all of his friends, a peer group, would be 60 now. But he's still 20. And so, you know what? If you think about it, Celebi did some real damage to the Sammy kid. But I digress. There's some hunters. The hunter is demonstrating his dark ball powers. You can throw the dark ball at a Pokemon, and the Pokemon turns evil. Like, he even says it right in the film. And throws a Pokeball at Tyranitar, and now the Tyranitar is evil and destroys everything. I guess the power levels go up. I think the Tyranitar gets bigger too. I don't really have object permanence. I forgot how big the Tyranitar was when it went into this ball. Ash and friends go to the place that they're going to, and they're confronted by this old woman. She's the same person from the direct beginning. Sammy interacted with her, and honestly, it was fine. I like this interaction. It's like, oh, well, Celebi. It's information. Okay, Sammy comes in. Then, oh, I'm Sammy. I don't know where I'm at. Help. Celebi's injured. We gotta go help Celebi. And Celebi is just there. Just laying there. It's like, wow, I'm injured. We gotta go to the Lake of Life, okay? So now it's Lake Life in time. And I'm like, you know what? I like this idea of the Lake of Life. I like how it's beautiful. It's supposed to heal Celebi. It's supposed to heal Celebi quite a lot, actually. But honestly, it's fine. I'm okay with the fact that Celebi's just kind of not healing as much as the Celebi should at this point in the movie. Oh, that's where Suicune comes in later in the movie. I should mention this is an entire plot point that the Lake of Life is contaminated. It's bad. Also, you got Team Rocket. They're like, wow, we're here. We're gonna steal Pokemon. And then some mega guy, some really big hunter man dude who's a friend of Team Rocket. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna take that Pokemon. I'm gonna grab Celebi and I'm gonna catch it. And this Team Rocket's like, hey, you're Team Rocket. We're gonna help you. We're gonna be on a boat while the others have their journey about it. and it's a fun scene. Of course, Team Rocket can never be taken seriously by Ash and gang because they just kind of fall a lot, and they're like, well, we'll get you next time. Ugh. But it's like, man, Team Rocket, please do better planning. Do better planning in the future. How could you not? Anyway, I find Team Rocket to be incompetent, but hilariously so. Should also mention, to the Lake of Life, the entire journey is the point. There's a journey with Ash and friends and Celebi is chilling, but Celebi remembers Ash. This is a plot point later, and they're trying to have the water go clear. But uh-oh, guess who's here? So you know the Rocket Man? He's like, I'm gonna take Celebi, I'm gonna catch it. Catches it. I'm like, no, not Celebi. Celebi's been caught. How is the Ashton gang going to take Celebi out of this man's reach? What is he going to do? Celebi has been caught, and oh no, don't catch Celebi, please. Celebi, you're going to be turned into a slave, and that's what happens. Celebi's evil, you can tell by the eyes are no longer blue, they are black, and so the tip of Celebi's antennas also as well are black. It's like, oh, that's a visual distinction to tell the Celebi is no longer good. And uh-oh, the Celebi is going to be used for evil. Uh-oh. Also, the Celebi is going to be used to overthrow the current boss of Team Rocket and make him very scared. I'm like, you know what? That makes sense. That's how power systems work. Celebi is like, wow, I can't believe it. I'm being angry. I'm angry. I'm big anger. Ash and friends have to talk to me. Hey, remember the shared memories? Yeah, those memories are delicious and nutritious and good for your soul. Can you please assist us and not be dark, please? You're not a grass dark type, man. You're just a grass type or whatever type you are. Please chill. I'm a grass psychic. Man, Celebi can't be just grass type. I gotta look it up, man. Hey, Celebi. Tell me what type you are, please. And then we shall discover Celebi, please. Celebi, Celebi, Celebi. Celebi, 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 Celebi. More like Celebi's nuts. These nuts. It's a psychic grass type. Yeah, that makes sense. Just like Lugia is a water psychic type. That makes sense. But Ho-Oh is a fire flying, I think? I feel like we should have stuck to the theme a little bit more there, but who am I to judge? I'm a big fan of Pokemons here. But anyway, Celebi is no longer under the control of anything. Celebi's good. And now the Ash and friends, they come and they're like, wow, we're gonna get you, Celebi. Sammy's just chilling about. What do we do with Sammy? Honestly, that's what I'm thinking at this point. Sammy, you're 40 years out of your time. Please chill out. Could you please go back to what year you're coming at? Where you're coming from? Sammy, please go to the time that you should be going to. 40 years in the past. Maybe lose some memories. But if you don't, then you're stuck with the memory that you know what 40 years in the future looks like. Have fun with that. Good thing we don't have to think about that, though. Sammy is going back into time with Celebi. That's a good thing because they'll both have the memories of 40 years in the future, and now they're like, wow, we're gonna reunite with you, Ash and friends. We're totally gonna do that. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna reunite with him? Is there any way you're gonna be able to contact Ash and friends? And why would you? If you have 40 years, I don't know if they would. Friends would be friends. They would be friends. I'm not sure. I don't know if they would be friends. I think Sammy would be like 50 years old at this point, and Ash and friends would be like 10. And it's like, okay, have fun with that. Also, lesson from Professor Oak: friendship is good and will stand the test of time. But hey, Professor Oak, question please. I have a question for you. What about your friends? Where are your friends at? Did you burn out your friends because you've been working a lot, or did you burn out your friends because you're a mean person, according to some sources on Professor Oak, and also I think it's the first episode of Pokemans where you say Professor Oak is mean, and it's like, I mean, I get it. You gotta be the Pokemon professor. You gotta be professing on the Pokemans, and you gotta know all the things about them. But you know what? This is fine. Well, at least we have somebody who knows a lot of things about Pokemon. That's good. I like Pokemon. Thank you, Professor O, for doing good service in this film also as well. And then they have a good old time, and that's how the film ends. Good lesson. Friendship is good. You gotta build on your friendship. You gotta maintain it. You gotta water it like a flower. You gotta add some fertilizer, some good, delicious fertilizer, using your own blood, sweat, and tears. That is the ultimate thing of friendship, according to Professor Oak. He would know because he's an oak tree. Oak trees are massive, don't you know? They get real big. They're like maybe 150 years old. I'm staring at one right now. There's an oak tree over there, right off camera. It's a big old oak tree. That's how big Professor Oak, that's his name. That's why he's called Oak. He's big old oak, and he has so many nurturing friendships, and now he's a big old oak tree, and he stands tall. Celebi is cool. I like Celebi. I like the character progression of, more specifically, Sammy. I guess these Pokemon movies, we get to look into these one-off characters, kind of more of their character growth as it went through a journey and they learn a thing or two about themselves and just loving themselves a little bit more. I also want to talk about the animation. The animation is mostly 2D. There's some 3D sequences, like with trees falling down, and it's like, okay, that's clearly a 3D model. I like the fact that it's a 3D model for the trees whenever they fall down, and other hard sequences, because those are hard to animate. The style of coloring, I like it a lot. It's a lot of green, and you get to see Ash and friends more clearly because Ash is not wearing a lot of green. He's wearing a lot of different colors, contrasted green, and so is the rest of the gang. The visual distinction between Celebi being good versus bad is also a good one, because you can tell, oh, blue means good, black means bad. In those antennae or the eyes, that's all fun. But also, I should mention, black equals bad in this film because you have the Team Rocket Hunter Man guy who wanted to capture Celebi and make Celebi his. I'm gonna catch you, Celebi. He's wearing pretty much all black, a little bit of red. Those are much different than Ash's. He's wearing white. If you've ever thought, Ash is very pure because he's wearing white, and all of his villains wear some shade of black, except for Team Rocket, who also wear white. So I think the visual distinction there is that they're so incompetent that they're not a threat. That's what I read off of this. I wish Team Rocket was more of a threat, but I understand that who cares? Team Rocket is always just by the sidelines. I want a film where Team Rocket is ultra bad guys, and it's not Team Rocket other guys other than Jesse James and Meowth. I want Jesse James and Meowth to be ruling the world and being like, "Aw, yeah, you gotta listen to us now. We're in charge of you. Got him. Haha." I want to see more of that. The colors are nice and bright, and the animation is very fluid, especially I'm thinking the Houndoom at the very beginning of the movie is very well animated. All the characters are well animated. It seems like there's a lot of time put into this movie. I like how the backgrounds seem to be with a lot of paintbrushes and got paintbrush tools for added detail. The characters are animated very simply, very clean shading. Cel shading is what it's called. A very 2D style versus there's not a lot of 3D. That's fine. I'm okay with that. They use it for some. You can definitely tell when they do use 3D though. It's just like a different in how it moves, the animation itself moves. The different way that the tree looks is not also hand-drawn. There's no like black lines around the trees when they move. It just looks like a tree with no black line. That's what it looks like to me. I think this movie is better than the other ones. I think there's more care being placed in the fact that this movie exists and is better, in my opinion. I think there's the plot is a little less heartfelt than the last one, than the third one. Just because there's less of like emotional, yeah, this hits home. Because of that, I gotta give it a solid 6.3 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon Heroes. That's Pokemon 5 the movie, Pokemon 5 Heroes, Latios and Latias. My previous exposure to this movie was that I had watched it once before, and this was the last Pokemon movie I had ever watched before watching all these Pokemon movies for Mint Salad to become an expert, ultimate Pokemon Master Mint Salad movie reviewer. Yeah, that's the title. Alright, so if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're seeing Latios and Latias. More specifically, we're kind of uncovering the backstory. Apparently, Latias has a dad, and it's fun and all. I mean, I'm a big old fan. And the father has to sacrifice himself in order to save the city. And the city really reminds me of Venice, Italy. Yeah, that's the place where it's at. Venice, Italy. And I enjoy it. Apparently, there's these fossils we get to see in the museum. Oh, wow, fossils. First of all, I like the fact that these fossils are just in the floor, not guarded by anything. So just some random kid could just step on it and break the bones. Wow, there's no more fossil anymore. Worthless fossil now that the kid has stepped on them bones. Why didn't you have anything guarding it? But also, we have more of a lesson of Aerodactyl, which is either the best Pokemon or the worst Pokemon, depending on who you're asking. And whatever purposes, I personally do not like Pterodactyl, Paradactyl, whatever this Pokemon is called. There's also the Heratops. He's a bug man. They're all both fossils in a museum, and wow, there's a whole plot to get them. We're gonna try to get them. But looks like the father has saved the entire city from this plot, so we don't have to deal with that anymore, right? No. We do have to deal with the fact that we have Latias are invisible, while we have Ash and friends, and now we're at a city. Oh wow, we're in the city, there's boats, it's a cool boat, but we're more specifically opening to Ash just riding in on a ski. Well, not a ski, it's more like a... It's like an inner tube, but like a plastic inner tube. It's a board. It is for doing Pokemon races with. Like, it's some sort of waterboarding. Yeah, that's what it's called. So we're waterboarding. Ash is waterboarding, and Pikachu falls on Ash while he's waterboarding, and some invisible force grabs Totodile, which is running through the water. That's called swimming. Oh, what? Wow, Totodile is going so fast. He's so fast like Sonic. He doesn't look like a hedgehog, though, which is quite unfortunate. But, we're gonna go over this wall. And Ash is out. Oh, Totodile's sad. Ash is like, well, it's okay. It's okay. And at this moment, I felt an emotion. I didn't feel any emotion at any part of the movie. except for this moment. And I'm like, huh, Ash, I really appreciate that you're like really forgiving of your Pokemon. He's like, yeah, it's okay, Totodile. We all make mistakes. Totodile's like, man, Ash, you're such a good Pokemon master. Thank you for forgiving me for all of my mistakes. But luckily, they then teleport to a boat. I found this a little bit disjointing. I'm like, wait, how did Ash get in a boat with Brock? They were separated. I would have liked to see how they got together. Oh, they're on the boardwalk now. And there's a girl who's not speaking words. She's being targeted by two other chicks. One with like a really big Princess Leia esque space buns on her head. She's blonde, she's cool. And then we have a very blue woman, mostly her hair and her clothing items, her accessories are blue, which is really cool. I'm a big fan of it. I like the color coordination in these characters a lot, and they're very distinct from each other because otherwise I would not have known who these people are, who each individual person is. So, oh hey, I just realized it's the theme of the movie. You got two twin sisters, and you got two twin legendary Pokemans. Whoa, boom! My brain has blasted into infinity. Pew! It just exploded everywhere. The brain matter's on the floor now. Could you believe it? It's this movie, pretty much like third way of the movie, I was like, I'm a big fan of this movie. I'm big ol' amazing, engaged, locked in. And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna watch Latios and Latias try to avoid getting captured by these two girls. It's really sad to see Latios being captured. Latias is like, brother, I wanna save you. And I really like the moments where you can see just their interaction with each other, which is or depending on which one it is. Obviously, Latios, the male one, his voice is deeper, so it's the and you have Latias, which is It's epic. I like how I can tell who's based on who's speaking, which is a good thing. So obviously, Latias is like, oh no, my brother has been taken. Whatever shall I do? Let me go to Ash. I'm gonna wake him up. Oh my goodness, so much explaining to do to May and Brock. What is Brock doing here? What, doesn't he not have any Rock gym leader member duties that he has to attend to? Isn't he a gym leader? Like, why? Why is he on this trip? But anyway, I really like the part where we have, oh, well, we gotta go figure out what is happening. Latias, please show us the way. And there's a big old brain mind vroom we can see through Latios's eyes. Happens when Latios' eyes go vroom, and then there's some sort of shared site, and he can teleport a bunch of people within some sort of radius, and then teleport them to this location telekinetically. And wow, Latios is in a lot of danger. Oh, and this whole thing that was supposed to not be living water, that was supposed to be there in order for water to flow through this area, it cannot be touched and lifted out of the water, but yes, it is done. That has been occurred. Wow, did you ever think that could have occurred? Yes, I did actually. I was like, you know what? This is definitely a setup. Oh, it's taken. Yeah, it was definitely taken. And the girls, the two women, the sisters, they put it in some machine thing that is like amazingly just super 3D model, 3D animated, separate from the 2D animation, 2D hand-drawn animation of the Pokemons. And it's pretty epic just seeing the very smooth. Uh-oh, looks like we gotta go Save Latios, saving Latios. We did it. Oh, the machine is now sitting there. After a couple of attempts at some lightning strikes, then I'm like, okay, cool. The threat has been diminished. But no, the blonde one has to touch the orb ball. And I'm like, no, why would you touch the orb? You saw the power, this destruction. Why do you want to touch the orb? Stop touching the orb. And now the both sisters go spin in the weird ball thing, the ball 3D animation thing. It's a weird machine thing. It's honestly pretty cool, but it's a weird ball. And I feel like I would get very nauseous if I was in it. And I feel that I have the sisters, and now they're like, oh no, we're spinning. And now we have a bigger disaster on our hands. The water is going, and then it turns into a big old tsunami. And so Latios is like, you know what? I'm gonna go to the middle of that tsunami, and then I'm gonna convert myself to some sort of line art plus some... Whoops. My hat fell. Let me go grab it real quick. Oh, can I do good? Alright, here we go. Latios is like, hey, come here, Latias. I'm gonna be this glowing orb. I'm gonna sacrifice my soul to split. Well, not my soul, I guess. More like his physical body. I'm gonna sacrifice, turn into a big old light beam, split this tsunami into something more comfortable so there's less flooding, destruction. And now Latias is sad. And this part made me sad. I was like, no, Latios is without Latios. Latios just dies. And I'm just like, what? Wow. They really did it. They really killed off Latios, and now Latias is sad. But Latias is now shown to be amazingly an orb. And there's the orb that his father turned into. He's now the orb. And now his soul is just there. And I'm just thinking, what happened to the soul of the father? Where did it go? Is it destroyed? And now that these two chicks are just like, oh yeah, we're gonna touch it. Ooh, shiny thing. I'm gonna touch it. Ooh, it's different. And I'm like, dude, don't touch things that are different. Latias is like, wow, I'm gonna go invisible some more. But hey, at least my brother is this orb. At least he's not completely gone. That's great. I'm so sad. But you know what happened to those two women, those two hooligans? They went to prison, right where they belong. Hey, you started to cause a lot of destruction. You had evil plans. That is not allowed. You're not allowed to have evil plans. So, I'm gonna arrest you. And I also find it hilarious. I didn't really mention this much, but Team Rocket, more specifically Jesse James Meowth, they're more of like a comedy gag. They're like, we're gonna stop you, we're gonna capture your Pokemon. And then, oh, a big old surf wave just gets them, or they're eating some ice cream and now the ice cream is gone. I'm like, dude, just sit not near the water, please. Dude, you happened to you twice. Please, stop it. Learn from your mistakes. But you know, they never do. That's the point of them, which is sad. I just want more. I want more character progression, more depth of these three characters specifically. Okay, Ash is Ultimate Pokemon Master Trainer. Okay, that's cool. Then you have good female friend. She's nurturing. That's fine. Okay. Then we have Brock. Okay, you gotta turn this drying pan into a frying pan. Wait, you gotta turn this frying pan into a drying pan. Yeah, that's the quote that he did. Yeah, that's Brock's contribution. Okay, I already know these characters, but what about Team Rocket? I hope the future movies provide more Team Rocket focus. Also, I should talk about the animation. It is mostly 2D animation. However, some of the more motion shots, like there's a lot of POV, like, camera shots going through the alleys. And it's an alleyway. Yeah, an alley. There's a camera going through the alleys. And it's so weird to say. And what I found weird about them is it's just kind of like feeling I'm falling like a drone instead of like the characters, because a lot of the corners are very rounded in how the camera moves versus being like, phew, all right, we're gonna go very fast. So that's what I liked about the 3D camera as well, because hot diggity dang, there is a lot of 3D animation. I say 3D camera, I meant 3D animation. There's a lot of fun actions that is easier to do when you have 3D animation involved. Although there's some shots that I noticed were 2D animation, like there's this train. I was like, oh, it's moving enough for it to be 2D animation. But then there's like shots that are like clearly like, oh, this is so glossy, moves so smoothly. Yeah, amazing. But it wasn't too jarring. I mean, it was somewhat jarring, but it wasn't like the most jarring thing ever. I was mostly just interested in Latias and how Latias is just super bubbly. I also like the different personalities. You can tell which Pokemon is who by A, the colors, but more specifically, B, Latios is more like, ooh, yeah, I'm Latios. I'm more composed. And Latias is like very bubbly and moving all everywhere and like getting all nuzzly with Ash. And I liked that part. Otherwise, I really enjoy the animation. Colors were beautiful, top notch. Mwah. There's also really this cute moment where we have Ash is leaving and Latias as a girl form just kisses Ash on the cheek, and it's a really close-up shot. It's like magical. I'm like, oh, that's so cute. Wow, man, Ash gets all the ladies. It's because he's the ultimate Pokemon master. Man, if I become an ultimate Pokemon master, will I also get all the ladies? I mean, I already do as a Gengar, but what if I become an ultimate Pokemon master? Do I get like 1,000,000 ladies? Leave your very knowledgeable opinion on this subject in the comments below. So overall, good animation, good storyline. It was good. I'd just say it's a pretty good product. So I gotta give this movie a solid 6.4 out of 10. This video is brought to you by my Fansly. I got an advent calendar that is way too late to do properly, but for the next 12 weeks, I'm gonna do one sock per 1 week per one Fansly set for Pokemon. So check these out. I don't know how to open the box through this way. There's kind of like these stitches, so you can just poke them, but I don't like that. Instead, let's check out what these socks are like. So yeah, you can see me wear these socks and show them off on my Fansly. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon Jirachi, Pokemon 6 the movie, Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker, whatever title you want to call it. My previous exposure, I actually had never seen this before. So this is my first time watching this Pokemon movie. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're following Jirachi is actually not even there yet. Jirachi is in this stone thing that these magicians have summoned. Oh yeah, we're gonna get Jirachi. We're gonna find this stone. And oh, there's the Millennium Comet, a comet that comes once every 1,000 of years. And I'm like, oh boy, what could they want with Jirachi? What could they want with this comet? Also, same magicians are like doing a show, and Ash and friends are there. By the way, Ash and friends, you know it's Ash and Brock, right? But instead of Misty, it's May. Misty's gone. best girl Misty. She's so much cuter than May. I mean, holy diggity dang. Could you believe it? Why would they replace Misty? It's because Misty's a gym leader. And she's from Kanto. We're in Hoenn at this point, which is Gen 3. Oh, she has to go back to doing her gym leader duties. But hey, Brock is here. You gotta turn a drying pan into a frying pan, man. You gotta turn a frying pan into a drying pan. That's his contribution. But he's still here. He's a rock gym leader. What is he doing here in Hoenn? I digress. I think the ultimate lesson of this movie and of the entire Pokemon franchise is that women are replaceable. Let's go back to Ash and friends. They're at this festival. The festival where these magicians are at. They arrived there early. They're so excited to be there. But then this little kid named Max is with them. And this magician man with the rock gives Max the Jirachi rock. And I'm like, what could these magician man's intentions be? Oh, it's because he needs the Jirachi needs a best friend as like some sort of qualifier in order to emerge for 7 days. And then the Jirachi does. And the Jirachi is chilling, hanging out with Max. Their faces are touching a lot. They're playing a lot. There's a few moments where Max has to help May with setting up the festival, setting up some stuff, and wow, Jirachi wants attention. Max can't help, and then bam, Jirachi is a problem, but this is not really addressed anywhere else in the movie. The Jirachi is a problem. Jirachi is causing issues. Oh, I'm childlike, even though I'm at least 1,000 years old because I've been sleeping in a rock for 1,000 years old. No, I'm just gonna not care about what's happening around me at all. I'm like, come on, Jirachi, why you gotta do this? But I really like the dynamic between Max and Jirachi. We even get to the point where we have people like the magicians trying to steal Jirachi. And you know what? Somewhat successful at it. It's the last day of the 7 days. May has this weird calendar that you can wish upon a star and then take the calendar. It's like an advent calendar, but it flips and it's like, oh, it's a whole thing that she has to do. Wow, this is how you mark the days that have gone by. And I found this to be very clever. It's like, oh, we have a sense of time. I'm glad that we know how long this entire event takes place over, because we have Jirachi is like floating in space like, oh, hello, I'm here to absorb the energy of the Millennium Comet, and I'm just gonna chill here with my eye open, my bill wide eye, he's so big. But then I'm gonna get captured by the magician. We're gonna go stop and try to get the Jirachi. There's a whole bunch of shenanigans, but Jirachi wakes up. But you know what also wakes up? Using all of the energy from the Millennium Comet. I think all of the energy just bursts into the ground. And then there's this Groudon. It's not a Groudon in the sense that it has tentacles coming out of it and it's absorbing all of the Pokemon around it. And I was like, oh, this is actually pretty dark. Like, this dude's absorbing Pokemon. At least the Pokemon aren't dying. They're not like decomposing within the stomach of this Groudon. But it really raises a question. At what point would their energies be sucked in and they would eventually die? Would they eventually die? I feel like this movie brings a lot of questions to my noggin whenever I look at the monsters and like, wait, hold on. How does energy sucking work again? But you know, they eventually do defeat the Groudon, and Jirachi is like, I'm gonna sacrifice myself, and then boom, and there's gonna be a big old blast, and then everything is gonna be raining down Pokemon souls. And Max is sad because Jirachi's gone, but actually Jirachi can talk to him via the earth. And so I'm like, if Jirachi can talk to him, imagine if he's 80, right? And he's talking to Jirachi in the earth. Hello, Jirachi. It is I, Max again. And Jirachi's like, oh, hello, Max. How you doing? Yeah, my joints are feeling achy and bad. Could you please help me? Well, I can only teleport items. I can only grant wishes to teleport items, not like fix any ailments. I know he has the ability to teleport random items, but he's also known to grant wishes. Does he grant wishes of better health? Is that a wish that can be granted? Man, this movie, so many questions. But anyway, Jirachi's now just part of the earth, and Max can listen to Jirachi whenever. It's like some sort of telepathy or something. This might come handy in the future just because it's like Jirachi's like, oh, hey, watch out behind you, Max. There's some dude trying to stab you. But then if Max at any point is like, oh, that voice isn't real, he's gonna be like, oh, I'm not gonna turn around and get there's no stabber there. But then he gets stabbed. So that sucks on him. These are just possible potential futures now that Max can listen to Jirachi. What do you think Max will do once he has Jirachi in the head, in the noggin for 80 years at least? Do you think he would go insane? He might go insane. What do you guys think? I think this movie ends on a pretty nice note. It was like, oh, hey, that was the end of the movie. I like the animation. I think the animation, like for the first time since the other Pokemon movies, there's a lot more bounce when it comes to the animation. What's the word? It's bounce. Anticipation. I noticed the animation had a lot of anticipation in the movements, and there's also a lot of follow through. And what I mean by that is like the animation before someone moves, there's like, oh, it's gonna be like squashed a little bit, but like there's more animation, and then bam, there's some more animation on the end of the action. So I'm thinking of one specifically where Pikachu's ears is moving very, very smoothly, and a lot of the animation is a lot more smooth. So I'm thinking they might have had a lot more budget on this. Also, a lot of the fight scenes, especially with Absol when they're fighting all the Pokemon, very anime. A lot of this movie has a lot of aspects of anime, especially I noticed that for most of the time, when one character is being animated, then the other characters won't be animated until, you know, they move or something. This isn't including walk cycles. Obviously a walk cycle is just like several frames in a loop. You can loop frames over and over and over again. So that's not what I'm talking about. I really do like the colors. The colors are nice and vibrant. The logo though. The logo, Jirachi Wishmaker logo looked so early 2000s. What I mean is there's this really thick border to the text, and there's 3D drop shadow, which is hilarious. And I'm like, oh my god, this is a monstrosity. Who designed this logo? I mean, I totally understand, but it's just like, it looks like it's so dated. Other character development, other than talking about the animation, Max. Max is good. Max actually has some sort of character development, which is nice. Ash and friends, as normal, they're Ash and friends. They are cool. Ash is like, yeah, I'm gonna forgive all of my friends, it's okay. But Max actually develops a relationship with a Pokemon, is even sleeping with the Pokemon. I know he's a kid, but he's gonna like have the context that this Pokemon exists and nobody really knows about this necessarily except for Ash and friends and some other people. So I like how there's some opening of some perspective. So there's that can be opened. It's a big old can of worms. I also noticed that the animation, when it comes to the hard parts, it's really just a lot of 3D animation, especially mechanical work. Anything that's like mechanical, except for some cars, is mostly 3D. A lot of it is hand-drawn 2D. I'm starting to see a little bit more 3D than the other movies, but I'm excited to see how they use it in future movies. And I'm excited for the next one, which I think is with Deoxys. I haven't seen that one either. So I gotta give this movie a solid 5.9 out of 10. I'm itsmintsalad and I saw Pokemon Destiny Deoxys. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. My previous exposure to this movie was none, but Deoxys is cool. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts with, while we see a family plus a kid is on either the North or South Pole. It is unclear because it's just Pokemon. There's walruses, but it's the spiel that are there, and you know, the Pokemon equivalent of those animals. And there's a Deoxys that comes from outer space. Oh, I really like the opening question, right? It's like, did you ever consider that there might be more than one Pokemon world? Or phrased similar to that. It's a really good question. It's like, oh, maybe there's Pokemon in different worlds? Where does Deoxys come from? The history of Deoxys is very unclear to me. But Deoxys comes to Earth, lands in the ice, and Rayquaza, being a protector, is just like circling the Earth. I like Rayquaza a lot. I like his duty. And he's like, I'm gonna get ya. And so, what Rayquaza does is start hyper beaming, just look at the lasers at Deoxys, which I find to be funny because there's just so much collateral damage, causing a lot of collateral damage and Pokemon to stampede. The little kid that I mentioned before, blue-haired kid, he's traumatized by the amount of Pokemon just like stampeding at him. He's like, I don't want to deal with any Pokemon. I don't want to be a Pokemon trainer. And this is important later because now it's 4 years later. And you know, Rayquaza via sneak attack, the most epic attack of ever, comes from the water with a hyper beam and just blasts Deoxys with essentially caught him off guard, and it's awesome. And Deoxys is just left in the bottom of the ocean floor until 4 years later when Deoxys reappears after being lasered. Deoxys comes back after some stone that Deoxys was trying to retrieve when Rayquaza starts attacking it the first time. Yeah, the stone gets lasered and then Deoxys feels that and regenerates. And I'm like, did it never get lasered before? It's been 4 years. How has it been in the circuit of just people's hands without being researched for 4 years, and it's now finally being researched on? I'm not a scientist. I don't really know the cycle of any of these things, but I'm quite interested in what happens next. I really enjoy the part where we see this kid is he's kidding about, he's chilling around. You get it, because he was at the North/South Pole. Unfortunately, it's unclear to me which one it was, which is very important to me. There's a difference between penguins and polar bears, okay? Infinitely different species of animal. Which penguins are infinitely cooler? I'd love to know if there was penguins there, but this is Pokemon, so there's probably not actual penguins there. But we see Ash and friends. May is there, Max is there, the little brother of May. Brock is there. Brock, again, is trying to talk to all of the ladies. Team Rocket is there, which is interesting because Team Rocket's role in this film is mostly to be the comedic relief, but Meowth actually is like, there's another guy here. Okay, there's another bad guy here. I'm like, oh, hey, that's fundamental for the plot. That's fundamental for somebody to know what's up in the plot. They didn't know until now that there's a bad guy around. And now they know. Amazing. I'm glad that that Meowth spelled it out for me. But other than that, they have to essentially be delegated to slapstick roles and being tortured. And I want justice for James, Jesse, Meowth. I want justice for them three. I'm so sad. I know it's completely their doing, and I want justice for them. I don't know how I could help them, because they're evil in like a comedic way, like a not actually evil way. They're incompetently evil, it seems. They just want to steal Pikachu. They want to steal all the Pokemon. So Ash and friends are in the city. They go to a battle stadium, and Ash is actually scheduled to do a double team match. But hey, it's that kid. You remember the kid from the North/South Pole? I hope it's the South Pole. But he's like, I'm going to be running away because I'm scared of Pokemon. But why are you here? But he's scared of Pokemon. But he ends up in a Pokemon battle stadium, and Ash gives him a Pokemon. But it's like, this kid has never commanded a Pokemon. He does not know your moveset, Ash. What are you doing? Just control both Pokemon. But of course, ends up losing. Ash, good sport. Epic sport. But looks like Deoxys is here. And Deoxys now has this force field, because Deoxys can sense via this orb that was lasered earlier. He has like some sort of connection to it, and he's looking for it. And he has this force field around the entire city. This entire city runs on like credits and stuff. It's an interesting system, but you have to have like some sort of pass to get into anything, pass to like access vending machines, which I actually find really cool. I'm like, is this like more of like a credit thing? Like, can you add money to this, like a credit card? It's an interesting idealio. It's an interesting, I like it. I'm still stuck on that. There's a hot dog machine, okay? There's a hot dog machine that dispenses hot dogs, and I want it. There's also a Munchlax that keeps eating on those hot dogs, and so when Deoxys shuts down the entire city, all of the electricity stops working. There's these cool little green blocks that are supposed to help people, but Deoxys does gain control of these blocks a little bit later in the movie. But you know, Deoxys Deoxys would be in a battle with Rayquaza if it was not for that force field. Thank goodness for that force field. Rayquaza keeps like trying to go in. And of course, we have this friend, this blue hair friend. He's like, oh my goodness, I have this friend I'm talking to, and I'm ashamed to have Ash know this friend, which is why I was at the battle place in the first place, actually. He's talking to his friend. But hey, look at this friend. Oh, that friend? Hey, girl scientist says this friend shares similar frequencies. There's a bunch of aurora borealises in the sky. And it's like, wait, this is down south. This isn't the North or South Pole. This is insane. What? Well, how they communicate. And through the power of determination, love, we gotta break whatever is encapsulating this orb, because it's some sort of like rock or something. And now we have two Deoxys, and now they're all happy. Both Deoxyses are like, we're gonna help out the city. Quaza, on the other hand, is like, I'm gonna keep destroying the city. I'm like, oh, grrr. There's like lasers everywhere. Grrr. Anger, murder, death, kill. I'm gonna get you, Deoxys. But then Rayquaza does calm down, which is very nice. Everyone calms down, but you remember those blue orbs, those blue blocks that I was talking about? They're like they're covering everything, all the buildings, crawling up the walls, and Ash has to go to the master control, and he has to first attempt. Somebody tries to jump on the master control, Ash loses his key card, and then Ash actually is thrown a key card, and Ash not even catches it. His Pikachu has to fall and give it to Ash, and he makes it so the master block is happy and releases any control over those weird green blocks. So after all this fun city destroying debauchery that happens with Rayquaza goes back. Rayquaza's like, I've done my job. I've destroyed enough property. Even though both Deoxyses are still on Earth, I've done my job. I'm gonna go away. And I'm like, okay, great. I mean, there must be some way that Pokemon communicate with each other that isn't like words. And I guess they can understand each other's calls when they say calls, I guess. Because somehow that Rayquaza was able to understand that those two Deoxyses weren't about to continue taking over the city. So that Rayquaza was really trusting, but luckily those Deoxyses also leave, and that blue hair boy is over his fear of Pokemon because there's this Pulse minion. It's the blue and the red, and they're a buddy cop buddy system, and it's honestly pretty epic. I'm a big fan of this dynamic Dio. He was like, I'm not gonna touch them, and then when he's like falling, oh, I will touch him actually, and he catches them, and it's pretty epic. So he now has pals, and that's the end of the film. And it was honestly pretty moving. I liked the overcoming the fear of Pokemon. That is a really good thing to learn in a world full of Pokemon. You have to not be afraid of Pokemon, dude. Come on. Oh, you cannot battle them. I'm glad that you have Pokemon friends. I'm glad that you have some bond with Pokemon, because honestly, there is an awesome, amazing bond with Pokemon, and I wish I had a Pokemon. I wish I had myself a Lugia. I wish I had myself like 2 Lugias for both feet. So I'd have one Lugia on one leg and another Lugia on the other leg. And I'll be flying in the air with both Lugias. Be awesome. But unfortunately, this movie did not have that. But the animation, I noticed from the between this movie and the last movie. This movie has a little bit more 3D animation. I'd say it has like more like 30% 3D animation. More specifically in spots where there's cameras sweeping movement, and it's like, okay, this is obviously 3D animation. No like person with like a decent like time frame can like, well, I guess they can like animate a building, but it's incredibly like time consuming to do that. Just 3D animate it. I liked it. I like seeing the transition between 3D animation in one scene, and then I'll cut to another scene and it's always 2D animation. I'm like, oh, I love it. So it retains the original 2D animation style with some 3D help, but it is not too jarring. It's mostly on buildings, honestly, so I feel like buildings deserve to be 3D animated because it's difficult. The colors, vibrant, pretty nice. I liked the difference between, you can tell the real Deoxys is the orange versus the fake Deoxyses that kidnap everyone in the city and like take them away or something, are purple. So I like that. This movie, very moving. This movie is moving because, oh, we got 2 friends trying to find each other, and now we have, it's like found friendship. This movie is about found friendship, and I'm very glad to have seen it. This is definitely a good movie to watch if you're a kid. If I watched this as a kid, I would have liked it. So I gotta give this movie a solid 6.3 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. My previous exposure to this movie was none. I know who Lucario is. Lucario is great Mega Evolution. When X and Y came out, I was like all over the Mega Evolution of Lucario. Used a lot of Mega Evolution of Lucario, but that isn't related to this movie at all because this movie came out 2005. What is your favorite Mega Evolution? Tell me in the comments below. If you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're seeing a backstory of Lucario in the war. Why is there a backstory? The backstory is triggered because Ash is coming to a friend's island. Yes, a personal private island. I would like a private island. What would I do with a private island? I don't know, but what would you do? He lands upon this private island. He's given this cool attire, and they're celebrating Sir Aaron. But oh, there's a backstory. There's a backstory because Ash he holds this staff, and I love the part where Ash is like, what is this? I have a staff and I'm seeing flashbacks. Pikachu and friends just go walk out at this mansion. That's kind of rude, Pokemon, and they instead go to another part where it seems to be above this pulley thing. You rotate it and it goes vroom. It goes down and the Pokemon are playing. But there's also this really sketchy person who's looking via binoculars. Ooh, look at the Pokemon. Wow, Mew's there. I'm gonna capture Mew. And I'm like, oh, that's not good. Mew is my friend, okay? I wouldn't want anyone to injure Mew. I love Mew. This is the return of Mew from another Pokemon movie. Another one? Yeah, it's like the first one again, but instead it's the 8th one. Lucario's here. Wow, Mew's teleporting. After battling with all the Pokemon, it teleports all the Pokemon. That's not good. All the Pokemon trainers are like, whoa, no Pokemon anymore. I guess we're have to get new ones. No, they don't do that actually. They're like, ah, man, I love our Pokemon. I want to be attached to all my Pokemon. I'm like, nay, Nuzlocke challenge all the way, bro. Okay, screw attachments to Pokemon. So of course, Ash is with the staff and he's like being told to assume the position of Sir Aaron. More like Sir AA wrong. Got him. Why is he wrong? I'll tell you in just a little bit, okay? So Ash has the staff and he assumes the position and then Lucario appears. Lucario is his eyes blind shut. He's like, oh my goodness, Sir Aaron, Sir AA Ron, you're my favorite. Then he opens his eyes and it's Ash. And then Lucario's like, oh no, why is it peaceful? Why you guys celebrating? Okay, I'm at the point, I'm like, oh boy, Lucario, does he know? I like how there's dramatic irony at this point because everyone else knows except for Lucario, the time period, including the audience. Lucario goes to study. Lucario is like, whoa, who are you, lady? Oh, I'm lady. Yes, me, lady. I'm here because your person you're talking about is an ancestor. I'm like, whoa, how long has it been? No amount of time has been disclosed, or at least not that I remember. But Lucario's like, well, how many years? Everyone's like, oh, it's been a long time. And I'm like, where are the numbers? Give me the numbers. How long has me sleep for? And then Team Rocket, oh man, I love Jesse and James. They're like, oh, it's been over 1,000 years. I'm like, oh, thank you for providing a number. I'm so happy they gave me. Numbers are important. Why does no one like numbers? Why am I the only one that likes numbers? Oh, I'm so sad. Lucario runs away. He's discovering everywhere in this palace. And he's like, I'll defer to you, master. But then, you know what Lucario does? While they're trying to find Pikachu, they go to the Tree of Life because, oh, Pikachu, oh, we could sense his aura. Well, I guess Lucario can, but also we got some hidden information that actually Pikachu's at the Tree of Life. Uh-oh, Lucario loses his faith. Oh no, actually, I don't trust humans and I'm gonna walk away during the middle of our journey, but actually I'm still gonna lead them. This was even before when Max gave you chocolate and you liked it. Lucario, come on, yo, bro, come on. Why do we like always switching and turning? I mean, I like you, Lucario, you're a loyal one, but at the same time, the fact that you don't like humanity makes me sad. Why? Why must you not? Ash has shown much gratitude. Well, I guess he's shown like, hey, you're open to be our friend. Hey, you're a friend. And Lucario's like, I'm thinking of Sir or AA wrong. Why do I call him Sir AA wrong? Well, Lucario's like, I don't trust him no more. He was Sir AA wrong about abandoning the queen. Why did he do that? I'm like, man, he probably doesn't. But let's see what happens. They're in the Tree of Life. He's at a hot spring. He's not going to let himself be in a hot spring because he has a stick all the way up through his spine, all the way through his nose. Starting from the butt all the way through the spine, nose. He's tree branching. He's so stiff. He's a stiff boy. Man, Lucario, bro, chill out. Come on, more like, Lucario, chill out, please. Would you do that for me, Lucario? But anyway, they go to the Tree of Life. There's a lot of Pokemon that are expanded out of their balls. Also, the girl who wants to capture Mew. I talk about the dramatic irony because she just walks up and is like, yeah, oh my goodness, I've been hearing about the Tree of Life. I know your real intentions. I want to see you flip and be like, haha, it was me who was the villain all along. But okay, they're going through the Tree of Life. They're going through these caves. They get stuck in some of these caves because, of course, the Rock chases them. Registeel appears, chases them. Ice appears, chases them, traps them into a cave, which is okay, I guess. More like, oh, cave. I would feel that would be the safe there, but somehow the Reggie boys are still here. And I'm like, come on, Reggie boys, let them go. They're just trying to capture the friend. They're trying to get their friend back. Ash really loves his Pikachu. The fact that he's just constantly like, Pikachu, I love you, Pikachu. And Lucario has big old, no, you don't like him, actually. And I'm like, man, that's so disrespectful. Lucario, more like, Lucario, no car for you, Lucario. Dab, you gotta walk some more. Got him. But anyway, so I really like the part where Ash is like, oh, Pikachu, where are you? I need Pikachu. Well, no, I'm so sad with my Pikachu. We also see Pikachu and the Pokemon that were captured, including Meowth. That's why Jesse and James are here. But also, I really like the part where Jesse and James are here. Oh my goodness, they even show up after being chased by the Reggie boys into this cave. Oh, we're here. We're so desperate. We wouldn't be here if we were desperate. And then they run some more. I'm like, awesome, I love that. Jesse and James are here. They're looking for Meowth. And also Meowth has some sort of connection to these boy and girl. I was about to say boys, but it's only one and one. So like, it's whatever. But I really like all the Pokemon connections to the trainers in this movie. It's really heartfelt. Also, looks like it's time for, oh wow, there's these orange blobs that are taking the trainers. Mew feels bad, so he makes the tree puke them out. No more. And then the tree starts to die, and I'm like, man, this is tree of AIDS? Come on. I mean, it wouldn't have AIDS, because there are some T cells, I guess representative T cells, or white blood cells rather. There's an immune system at this Tree of Life, but if you immediately destroy it, I guess Mew gave the tree AIDS. Yeah, that's what I'm calling on it. Mew, please heal yourself before you spread your AIDS to the tree, because the tree starts dying and everyone's like, oh no, the tree, oh! And then big old brave move. Lucario's like, you know what? I have this time flower, but given time flashes backs. AA Ron is no longer AA wrong. He's AA right. I love him so much. And I want to sacrifice myself to save this tree. It looks like AA Ron did it. AA right, AA the righteous boy. I love him so much. So Lucario, with Ash's help, does the thing. So Lucario turns into an aura. right in front of Ash's eyes. He joins Sir A.A. Ron, and I go by. Save the tree. The tree is saved. Now everyone's having a handle time going home. Lucario, you'll be missed. You're the best hero 101. Please, A.A. Ron and Lucario, your contributions will never be forgotten. Until after this review. This review was very moving emotionally. I really liked it, okay? I really like the emotional journey with A.A. Ron and Lucario. Lucario is not trusting. Of course he is. He doesn't understand why he got turned into a staff, but now he understands he got turned into a staff for his own protection. But also, I like how Ash really loves his Pikachu, and he even risks his life to save Pikachu, and that is a good thing. Save your Pikachus, risk your life for your Pokemon. That is what this movie taught me. Also, the colors are nice. I should talk about the 3D animation. The 3D animation was very limited in comparison to the last one. The key 3D animation spots were shots of the castle on the very first, sweeping in shot. But then also the weird green cave thing with all the orbs. Yeah, that's also 3D animation. And there's a couple other shots, like the sweeping shots of inside the building that are also 3D animation. But everything else, like the landscape, a lot of the landscape was just like paintings, zoomed in, or 2D hand-drawn animation, very vibrant colors. I'm actually quite glad that they didn't use nearly as much 3D animation in this one as the last movie, which was the Deoxys one. If you haven't checked that review out, go check it out right here. But I enjoyed this movie. I would definitely give it a solid 7.2 out of 10. It's Salad Ducking time. I'm in Salad, and I saw Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. My previous exposure to this movie was none. I had no idea what it was about. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts with an egg. Why is there an egg? Why is the movie starting with an egg, you may ask? Well, because there's this trailer that's transporting this egg, and Ash and friends are here. By the way, May is still here, not as good as Misty, and you're not going to convince me otherwise. Definitely leave a comment if you think you can, because you won't, but I'd like to hear why you think May is better than Misty, because Misty's best girl. But anyway, there's an egg in a trailer. We see Blitzel, which is not any of Ash's Pokemon. This is just a Blitzel hanging out with a bunch of trainers. That Blitzel is like, whoa, there's an egg. I want to go look at that egg. And then goes up the egg. Goes up to the egg. It's on the top shelf. Of course, the egg keeps being placed back by the owner of the egg. And I'm like, what's up with this egg, man? And I've already, there's intrigue. I want to know what the egg's about. But also, May's the only one who knows what is happening around her, because no one else is paying attention to the fact that Blitzel found an egg. And so May's like, oh, there's an egg. There's an egg. And there's a couple other times where Blitzel tries to take May to the egg. And I'm like, man, are you trying to tell her something? Are you trying to say that her eggs are drying up and that they should be placed in water just like this egg is? Because I don't know if you're being, successful, honestly. But I really like the part where now we see a bunch of people trying to steal the egg. So many people are trying to steal the egg. And I'm like, man, Team Rocket's here. Because they see something shiny, they're like, oh, let's go investigate. I like Team Rocket. I like how their only thought is for treasure. Not memories. You're not gonna memories and treasure the memories. Come on, Team Rocket. You guys aren't grateful at all. But I also do enjoy the fact that apparently if you touch this egg, then you can swap bodies for a few moments and then your bodies are swapped back. I'm like, hey, that's the thing that is going to be brought back because it's a sign of a good storytelling. That you know what's gonna happen. And so I like the egg. The egg's flying through the air. Oh no! Grab that egg! Don't let it fall! May catches the egg. And the egg not hatches, but it more like sprouts a bunch of antennae from its eggness, and it cries. May's like, oh, chill out, egg. Who are you? You came from the egg? What are you? It's a manaphy. Whoa, manaphy, chill out. And then, May has it. May tries to give it to another woman. The woman is like, no, this manaphy doesn't like me. It's crying, And then, May takes it back and like, May, you are now a mother. Congratulations. You weren't expecting it at all. But you know what? It's fine. It's good character growth. I'm actually curious as to what relationship blossoms from May and the manaphy. So of course, now we're trying to go to the sea temple. Why is manaphy here? Well, manaphy here is to guide the water people to the sea temple. And only manaphy knows, because manaphy has some sort of honing instincts. That's what the movie says. And I'm like, man, why does no one else have these honing instincts? May has these dreams that she's underwater, that she's following manaphy. Oh, she's a water person. And I'm like, man, so we got in the cast of crew people here, the main group. Okay, we got 4 water people just chilling out. Plus we got May and Max, who are also water people. Since, Max related to May, it works. But then Ash is not a water person, and Brock isn't either. And I'm like, interesting. So if anyone tried to kick Ash and Brock out, they would be able to, because water people, ooh, that's how it works. No, that's not how it works. I wouldn't want to see that. But what I do want to see is now people are trying to chase manaphy. We got this guy who has this pirate beard. He's really cool looking, honestly. Really big beard. He looks like he's from Team Magma, but he's also working with Team Agua or something. Or Team, whatever it is, Gen 3. So this guy with a cool beard, I don't really know his dealio. Honestly, I'm not really a big fan of him just like, oh, I'm gonna take the crown, the sea temple crown. And I'm like, dude, you're gonna mess up the ecosystem. But I really like all the pretty shots of Ash and friends going to the sea temple. There's also a cool submarine. There's also a boat, but there's also manaphy just, boom, going through the air, and it's pretty neat. But then there is this dramatic irony. And I say dramatic irony because Ash and friends don't know that they are being followed, but the audience does. And so it's just about time that the enemy just comes, and it's like a solid chunk of time where I'm like, okay, enemy, are you gonna make it? Are you gonna come here? Or are you just gonna be trailing behind? And they are trailing behind until they get to the sea temple, which is honestly a smart move by that guy. Good on you, guy. You did good. Smart big old brain. We gotta outmaneuver. But you lust for these the jewels or whatever the crown is? Come on, dude. Why you gotta let it take over you? Why you gotta destroy the ecosystem? I'll expand on that just a little bit. Finally, after arriving at the sea temple, the enemy appears and is following Ash and friends into the sea temple. But there's only a sliver of time that people are allowed to be into the sea temple because of the Pokemon Ranger. By the way, awesome dude. I want to expand on him just a little bit more later. But he's just swimming and he misses the chance to go into the sea temple, which is quite unfortunate. But now Ash and friends are in the sea temple. Manaphy's having a blast. It's unfortunate that some of the adults are like, hey, could you please separate Manaphy and May? Because May and Manaphy at this point have gotten really close. And it's so sad just to be like, May, you eventually have to leave Manaphy. Manaphy, you have to say goodbye. I know you see her like a mother, but you're not. She's not your mother, I mean. She's not your mother, Manaphy. but it's all right. You guys will meet again someday, right? That's the positive message to leave on. But now they're at the sea temple and it's pretty epic. They're having a nice blast, but the pirate guy comes in, starts stealing the jewels, and a bunch of water just pours in. And this is what I meant by destroying the ecosystem, because now the entire sea temple, which is encased in like this bubble thing, is now being filled with water. And several times we see people almost drown, but May, Ash, and their Pokemon, we have Pikachu and Manaphy. They're in the sea temple. Ash, what an Ultra Chat, oh my goodness. I love it when he's like, all right, May, there's this tube, airtight tube that I'm gonna stick you, my Pikachu, Manaphy in. You guys are gonna hang out while I'm gonna look for that final glass, that's a crystal shard. The sea temple crown, jewel, whatever it is. It's not really like a crown, is it? I don't understand where the crown part comes from, but you know, Ash has to swim. He has to swim against time. The tide is rising right now, okay? And now we're in the room where the crystals are. Of course, they're able to put back the crystals, except for just one. And then Ash has to swim up to get air, swim all the way down, which is about like 30 feet. Loses grip because it's stuck. Has to go back up. Partway through, he like passes out. But then like Manaphy and May have like some sort of it's the mind thing. Remember from earlier what happened? Yeah, the mind thing. Oh, the egg did the mind switch. It was actually Manaphy. Manaphy has the power to have people switch bodies temporarily. It's honestly a pretty cool power, but does the thing. And May is like, Ash, you can do it. You can do it. Ash hears that and is like, vroom, I'm gonna go back down. I'm gonna get more air. Vroom, and then goes down there. Does it? He does it good. And I'm just thinking, while he has the crystal piece placed back into the rock and the entire sea temple is draining out, how long does it take for the sea temple to drain out? Because, oh my goodness, Ash is underwater for so long. How does he not die? Also, I know why it's called the crown now, because the light rays, vroom, 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 vroom. The light rays around the sea temple look like a crown. But then, ultimate big bad. Big bad or, oh, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna get you. It's the pirate guy. He's on top of his ship, which is stupid because there's a bunch of Pokemon trying to protect the sea temple. Ultimately, there's this supersonic which go, but then we gotta shut down that supersonic, get it away from us. And now the Pokemon are able to destroy the ship and everyone around it. Well, when I say everyone, I mean like just all of the ship. All of it, all around it. All around the ship, it goes, it's no longer. But you know what's awesome? Ash does an anime. He pops out from the sea temple in like this yellow streaky line. And I'm like, oh man, this is so Dragon Ball Z. I haven't even seen Dragon Ball Z and I know what this looks like. He's just like walking, he's more like flying fast across the water. And he's like helping defeat the ship. And now the sea temple is good. And Manaphy has to go to the sea temple, go down to the sea temple as it sinks. And Manaphy says one last goodbye to May. And they are in the very loving embrace. And it's really heartfelt. You can really feel the emotions. I really felt the emotions because I felt every step of the way of the relationship, from May meeting Manaphy to them kind of bonding to they even say I love you and Mana says I love you, May. It's so heartfelt. I'm a big fan of it. It's pretty colorful. The ranger guy is pretty cool. I did promise to talk about more of him. First of all, he has this wand dealio, which he can just like point at a Pokemon. and then like do some like vroom, 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 vroom. And then he's caught that Pokemon. And like, is that Pokemon caught for how long? How long is that Pokemon caught for? Is he caught for like ever? Or possibly 5 ever? Or is he caught for like 30 minutes? I don't know, unless he maybe until he releases him. I also like the backstory of how he became a Pokemon Ranger. He was cold, he was very cold, but Pokemon saved him, made him warm. And he appreciates Pokemon now. I'm like, yeah, I like Pokemon. Pokemon are great. It sucks that some people don't like Pokemon, but I like Pokemon. I would definitely rate this movie with all of the character growth, all of the character arcs, which honestly mostly focused on May. Not so much Ash or Brock, a tiny bit of Max, a lot of Manaphy. Some detail of the water people, that's good. I like their underwater cave thing. But also a lot of information on the pirate guy. Not so much his motivation, honestly. I wish I knew his motivation. Other than to steal treasures. What are you gonna do after you have the treasures, dude? Are you gonna sell the treasures? Are you gonna buy a house with the treasures? What are you gonna do with it? I just wanna know what he's gonna do. But this is a very May heavy movie, and there's a lot of character growth there. And so I gotta give this movie a solid like 7.7 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon the movie The Rise of Darkrai. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. This is the 10th Pokemon movie. And they've all been directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. Congratulations! Wow, I can't believe it. It's getting really stormy out here. Must be Darkrai around. Just wanted to let you know, because if it gets super bright, I get all squinty, it's my light sensitivity. Just wanted to let you know, it's just a condition of my autism. If you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're getting a backstory on the dimension that's in between dimension space. I find this to be really cool. The design of like the black and white, and it looks all like warbly. I like that a lot. And I like how Dialga and Palkia are often 3D animated until they're like doing attack shots and they got the zoom on the eyes, like vroom, vroom. Like I notice it's a lot of I would say a lot of sweeping anime shots is probably the best I can describe this, because it's the body of Dialga and then close into the eye of Dialga and then back out, and then he does an attack and it goes boom. And you know, he's fighting with Palkia, and I really like this. This is the first thing yet I noticed, because I was like, oh man, I'm so excited to see what happens. They're fighting and it causes some, what seems to be ripple effects throughout time and space. That's probably the closest thing that I can compare it to, because oh my goodness gracious, the causing real world implications like gusts of wind. Okay, Ash and friends are here. Ash, Brock has returned, and we have Dawn. My first exposure to the Pokemon anime series was during Generation 4 with Dawn as the main character. And you know, Dawn has a really cool design. I like her scarf. Her personality, she's kind, but she's kind of ditzy. She's, honestly, I want to see her arc throughout the movies before giving her like a tier list rating, but I still think Misty is best girl still. Okay, let's continue on with the movie. Nightmares, not good, especially when you have a cool effect of just a bunch of shadows everywhere, kind of like this. It gets really windy too. Wow, Darkrai must be near. Oh man, I'm scared. Okay, Darkrai comes up in the shadows like, I'm gonna get you. Puts Ash in a ball, in like a sleepy ball. Ash goes through this nightmare. He sees this really trippy, like a really trippy pink streak dream. Like, it went really fast for me to actually know what it was supposed to represent.
Ash was also spooked, which makes sense. I'm a big fan of Ash being like, oh man, I'm open to any and all experiences. So when Darkrai comes back and Ash is like, hey, what's up with you, man? Why you bad? Why you not having fun? Everyone hates Darkrai. Totally makes sense. We got a bunch of mysteries like, oh, Darkrai causes nightmares, even near the Pokemon that Darkrai's near. Some Pokemon just want to stay away from Darkrai. And it's like, wait, what was the context that Darkrai was in order to cause those nightmares to those Pokemon? There's some flashbacks that a bunch of Pokemon are fighting Darkrai. Why are they fighting Darkrai? Is it because Darkrai is an intruder? Why did Darkrai intrude? We don't know the full context here, okay? It just seems like a bunch of people just prematurely judging, and there's a guy who's also just really handsome dude guy who has a sash across his chest. He's like, oh, it must be Darkrai. Oh, Darkrai is the root of all of my problems. And I'm like, I don't know if it is. Please, Darkrai. Please, if you're bad at communicating, I totally understand. I have communication issues too, so you might be misunderstood, which then I can relate to you, Darkrai. But Darkrai has opened up to a woman. She's a really nice woman. She's like, hey, Darkrai, you can be here. Oh, this was in the past, mind you. This was the grandfather of now Alice, who's supposed to marry that guy who thinks Darkrai is the root of all evils. His name's gonna be Sir Man. He's the Sir Redcoat Man. Yes, that's totally his name. A Pokemon official name right there. But Darkrai is not the root of all of these evils happening and occurring. It's actually something else, and Darkrai notices this something else, and it's like, hey, come on, I want you to leave, and he throws like balls up the sky, and I'm like, wait, hold on, what is happening? There's this fancy zoom and enhance technology, because there's some dudes monitoring the levels, the supernatural levels, the level of science, levels of magic and science and stuff that happens throughout the movie. I don't know all the specifics, but I do know that it's monitored on a graph, and there's some zoom and enhance features. I'll zoom into this white blur. Okay, now zoom and enhance, and then it's just like Palkia. And I'm like, wait, you found a Palkia within all the just whites or pink or whatever color data that you have? Man, this is a miracle computer that I want to have. I want to uncover secrets within the pixels of all my JPEGs. Are there hidden gifts that the computers are trying to give me? Come on, why don't those exist? In the comments, do you guys want that too? That sounds like a brilliant future. So anyway, Palkia is here now. Palkia is injured. Palkia, turns out, made this entire city just super foggy, and then now it's in its own dimension. We gotta figure out why Palkia has done this. Palkia's injured. Palkia doesn't want to fight no more. I totally get that. Palkia, you're my friend. I played Diamond first, but that was my introductory game. Palkia is the real homie. Oh man, I was looking at the size comparison between Palkia and Dialga, and Palkia is smaller, but Palkia is cooler because it has wings, and it has like two pearl guard things. Palkia is such a cool Pokemon. Palkia is superior to Dialga, and I don't like that Dialga and Palkia are fighting. Also, there's not supposed to be. There's a whole like story on that. Those were quotations. These are quotations. These are the proper quotations. Anyway, Palkia injured. Dialga comes, and looks like Palkia and Dialga are fighting again. And each time they have a blast, they go. You know what happens? Palkia, more like Palkia gone with the city, because the city gets smaller. Yeah, that totally worked. Palkia, Dialga keep fighting. There's a race to get up to. There's the towers. Did I mention there's towers? Yeah, there's towers to commemorate these two deities. We have Space Tower and Time Tower. Forget which side they're on. They gotta go to the middle to play the song. Turns out Alice knows the song because the grandmother taught it to her. They knew all along this was gonna happen someday, so they prepared Alice, which is good. Good job. A good preparation, good multi-generational preparation. Man, that is incredibly responsible. Good on you, Grandma Alice. Alicia, it's similar to Alice, but it's not quite that. I forgot her name. I feel bad, but she's old and probably dead. But she's a good grandmother while she lived. Darkrai is just misunderstood. Darkrai even sacrifices himself in the name of saving the city by having himself take a blast, hold it within like a big old circle. The circle goes small, gives some time for Ash and Alice to go up to the tower, play it. Oh, there's no electricity. Looks like parachute,
Pachirisu.
What's that Pokemon name? It's a squirrel. It's a squirrel, electric squirrel. And then Pokemon, Pikachu. Pikachu and Parachute. Yeah. So yeah, they're making it go electrified. And then, oh, there's a song that calms these deities down. I like the song. I'm like, oh man, is this like some sort of magical Pokemon song? It was demonstrated earlier that it calms like a bunch of Pokemon down. It calms these dudes down. They just needed some sort of chill song. The thing that Palkia is like, hey, well, we're gonna stop and now everything's gonna heal. Healing power commence. And then the city is back. Dialga and Palkia are chill. And then they go bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a nice time. Ash and friends, they get the regained confidence. I really like how Dawn is not in it at all that much. She's kind of there. She's not really there that much. She's kind of just a side character. But Ash, oh my goodness, Ash is so brave. Every movie that I watch of Pokemon just makes me really want to be Ash's friend some more because he's just like a resilient fellow. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna keep going no matter what people tell me, no matter what. Darkrai is actually a true homie. Darkrai comes back from being dissolved after the dimension was put back. Also, did I mention, the nightmares? Yeah, a bunch of nightmares happen. Why do they happen? Well, Darkrai puts a bunch of Pokemon to Nightmare Realm. Why? Well, those Pokemon were attacking him. Wouldn't you take them to Nightmare Realm if you were Darkrai? Yeah, Darkrai just attacks people because people are attacking him. Man, I really like Darkrai. Darkrai's a cool fellow, Darkrai. I want to be your friend, Darkrai. Oh man, Darkrai. Cool, homie, Darkrai. All right, that's how the movie ends, okay? Colorful. I gotta mention, a lot of the characters in the Pokemon were 2D animated, but also a lot of like the building shots, 3D animated. I like the sweeping cameras when it does come to the 3D animations. They utilize it well in like using a lot of like the same model, a couple of frames throughout the movie to kind of establish a scene. I like it. Also, whenever Pokemon are interacting with like, they have to do something smooth, then they're a 3D model. Like you have a moment Pikachu is a 3D model when he's like going into the black hole where Darkrai is taking them. That scene, I like that. I like how the colorful it is. Even when it's very dark, there are still moments of color, which is very nice. Darkrai is just misunderstood. And all of the the flashback scenes, that's what they're called, the flashback scenes, they are yellow. So you can definitely tell when a thing is flashback when we're in the past. And so, I was engaged with the story. I like Darkrai. Darkrai is a cool guy. I gotta give this movie like a solid 6.7 out of 10.
I'm inside and I saw Pokemon Giratina and the Sky Warrior. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama.
This is the 11th film of the series, so if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're seeing Giratina trying to absorb Dialga in the reverse world. Man, Dialga is causing a lot of havoc. And so Giratina's like, all right, no more of that, okay? I need you to be sucked in here with me. Of course, Shaman is a little kind of hedgehog, kind of a green hedgehog Pokemon. It's really cute. It looks harmless until it absorbs a bunch of pollution and then cleanses itself using like via big explosion. And that causes a hole to go between the real world and the parallel world, which Giratina inhabits, and Giratina is the only Pokemon that can travel freely between these two worlds. That's the type of backstory that we got in here. Why is Shaman here though? Shaman, you know, it's just shamaning around. And it just so happens that Dialga and Giratina are fighting nearby. Dang, and there's this guy who's trying to capture Dialga, but Dialga gets away. And I'm like, oh boy, will we see Dialga later? Compared to one other time, not really. It's mostly we're focusing on Giratina and Shaman. Shaman wants to go to the flowers where she's, I don't know what gender it is. Shaman wants to go to the flowers where they can go and fly. You don't know what that means yet. I'm intrigued. Wait, a Shaman can fly? I already knew that a Shaman could fly from the video games, but the anime movie is like, oh, Shaman can fly, what? We have Ash, Brock, Dawn, yet again. It seems like Dawn's Pokemon, only like the monkey one, Apom, has evolved, it seems. And I like how somehow Dawn is the chillest person here. You know, this movie's focused on Ash, yet again. Although what's interesting about this movie, it actually references the actions of the previous movie, the 10th movie, with Dialga and Palkia. The parallel world is really interesting. Apparently if there's some enigmas or something bad happens up in the real world, then the parallel world will take that energy, take it to the parallel world, since this is not supposed to be in the real world, and then that will just remain as like a cloud. And there's a lot of these occurred when Dialga and Palkia fought, so I'm like, man, this may be the reason why that Giratina is like grabbing Dialga. Man, you're making it's not a wasteland, it's a really cool place. You're making my home a wasteland. Come on, Dialga. And hence, that's why I think Dialga's getting caught. Other than that reason, I'm not exactly sure. Dialga is a mean one, though. Dialga prevents Giratina from going into the real world. Puts Giratina in a time loop every time he tries to go near the surface. I really like how Giratina can just open portals to the real world via mirrors. And there's a lot of moments where we gotta look out for mirrors. Shaman, she's being misdirected away from the garden. Oh no, that's not good. She's being misdirected, but then there's a mirror world and there's some mirrors and there's some reflections, and it's like, oh no, Giratina's coming, oh no, I don't want it to happen. Also, Shaman turns into Sky Form and is very cocky. Shaman is the gratitude Pokemon, but is like the least gratitude Pokemon ever. The Shaman has telepathy, can just speak, and I don't like Shaman very much. Shaman's like, yeah, that's just me. I'm awesome and cool. All right, especially just flying around like, yeah, I'm having so much fun. Yeah, I'm arrogant and I think I'm cool. And it's not cool when Shaman goes back into her regular form, his regular form, their regular form. There's a lot of portals to in between the parallel world and the other world. We have Ash and friends get caught into the parallel world, including Team Rocket, which, by the way, they're incredibly helpful. They can aid, assist the dude, the head honcho, supposed to be down there. Also, there's this guy who's on this hoverboard kind of dealio with a bunch of magnemites, and he gets into the parallel world. And Giratina hates those magnemites like they're mosquitoes. I'm like, yeah, I completely agree with you, Giratina. They suck. They're so annoying. Also, the size scale between Giratina and Shaman is hilarious. Shaman is so tiny. There's this dude who's in the parallel world, and he's, researching. He's been down there for 5 years, but the guy who's on the magnemites, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna harvest Giratina's powers so I can have the entirety of the reverse world to myself. And I'm like, what do you plan on doing in the reverse world? Making a kingdom? That's not going to be looking very good to reality. And of course, taken to reality, Giratina is captured in this contraption, which holds Giratina hostage, extracts all his power. I remember there's like a close-up, it's like 69% extraction, and I was like, nice. But also not nice because Giratina is in danger and will not have a fun time dying as a result. And so, Giratina almost has all of their abilities extracted. Luckily, it's time to stop this dude, and the guy is stopped, and he's just like, yeeted, get out of here, shoo. Okay? Ash and friends have a friendly, nice time, and Giratina goes back to parallel reality, which is nice. Giratina deserves a nice little home. Giratina just seems to be a friend, just kind of protecting everything. Also, seems like just every Pokemon in existence near Giratina knows Giratina's importance. So it's like, well, do these Pokemon know what the parallel world is? Actually, like, have they been there, or do they just like feel it and they're jellies, as Detective Pikachu once says? That's how the movie ends. I really like how the parallel world is really weird with this gravity. First, you got some gravity, which is like, oh, we're doing a little loop-de-loop, and it's really trippy. And I'm like, oh boy, they got characters upside down on screen, and they got characters jumping from one platform to the other platform with no problem whatsoever. But then it's like harder to go from one place to another because gravity just changes all over the place. What an interesting world. I've played a little bit of Platinum, got to the place where Giratina's at in this movie, and it's honestly pretty similar to how it looks like in the movie if you've ever played that game. It's really wonky and weird, but I like it. It's an interesting world. The plot, very motivated by Shaman just being, oh, I want to do whatever I want, which is, it's okay, I guess. But it seems like the plot is, oh, well, we're actually going to head to the flower garden. Oh, we actually made it to the flower garden, and there's a bunch of Shaman. Wow, that's so pretty. That seems to be the entire motivation, is to get Shaman to this flower area so Shaman can evolve. But it's like, since I see other type of Shaman, maybe there's more gratuitous, what's the word? Gratitude-ish, gratuitous. Yeah. Maybe there's more better Shamans at that flower patch than the Shaman that we see, because this Shaman kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, they say thank you, which is fine, but then it's like, oh, your puffin tastes terrible. Okay, Dawn, your puffin is awful. And Dawn takes personal offense to that, which honestly, she shouldn't. Someone actually, honestly critiqued your puffin's making skills, Dawn, and is being honest. Baby, you should be like, oh, thank you, Shaman, so much for helping me improve my cooking skills. Other than Giratina being really cool, I gotta give this movie like a solid 6.1 out of 10. itsmintsalad, and I saw Pokemon Arceus and the Jewel of Life. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama, and this is the 12th Pokemon movie, so if you haven't seen it, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts, we're following Ash, Brock, and Dawn, And this movie picks up from the previous two movies. The first movie being about the duel between Dialga and Palkia, which I've done a review here. And then the second movie being about Giratina in the parallel world and how that the feud between Palkia and Dialga is affecting Giratina's parallel world, which I've done a review here. And so this is the third movie, okay? And now we're introducing Arceus. So we have Ash and friends going to these cool little ruin area, which specifically there is this like little model. Yeah, that's what it's called. A model where we have Dialga and Palkia world. Apparently they collided, which is not supposed to do. And then we have the world, which is represented as like this cool little green thing on the bottom. It's like kind of like a dome kind of thing. And then we have the middle arch, which is cool. It's like a little oval thing. It looks like it's a big old cell with a nucleus in it, and that's supposed to be Arceus' world. And also the parallel world is a very small circle represented on this model. And so I'm like, okay, cool. So Arceus created all of this, all of the worlds. I was really happy that this anime movie really helped clear up that Arceus in the games is supposed to have created all of the worlds. And so I was thinking, oh, does this include the human Earth world? It includes specifically Dialga Dimension, Palkia Dimension, Parallel Worlds Dimension, Arceus' Dimension, and I don't think it specifically said anything about creating Earth, so I'm like, oh, thank goodness. At least humans and Pokemon seem to be separate, but Arceus is one powerful Pokemon. Also, Arceus is really mad. Arceus is really mad because the Jewel of Life, he's asking for it. And of course, you have Dialga and Palkia and Giratina fending off Arceus in like this awesome collaboration, okay? And this is only possible by this one chick who is an ancestor of the person who betrayed Arceus and not giving Arceus the Jewel of Life when necessary. Of course, Arceus is very mad, but we have Dialga. Dialga is like, oh, I'm gonna have you guys go back in time, because Dialga is a very intelligent being, which I really appreciate. Doesn't seem that Dialga really speaks English directly, but honestly, it's pretty cool. I also do appreciate the fact that we have the woman who's the direct descendant of Damas, is the person who betrayed Arceus, and I say betrayed with quotations because I'll go on that in just a little bit of a second. It's very interesting. I like how they did it in this movie. We also have Arceus is like, well, I need those plates, okay? These plates are my life essence. I actually trusted you with my life. And we get a little bit more of a backstory on what this means. I like how the movie kind of sets up like, oh, well, looks like Arceus is angry because a promise was broken. Well, what promise? And we get to a little bit unfold upon that. But I keep mentioning the person, the descendant, because she can read Pokemon's emotions. She can be like, oh, well, I'm gonna read into your heart hook on emotions, and if you're too angry, then it's going to be too powerful for me to get into your heart and speak to these Pokemon, which is a really cool ability which allows her to talk to these Pokemon and like calm them down. It's a really nice, very convenient ability. But alas, going back in time with Ash and friends, they don't have Pokeballs. First, get to the past where we see, oh no, well, this is what happens when you betray Arceus. Crumble, crumble, crumble. Everything's shrumbling. And Arceus now has a grudge, okay? If you try to attack Arceus, this is no good. But it's like, why would you try to attack Arceus? Oh, well, we go back in time once more, and we're introduced to a character. I think his name is Marco. He has like a bunch of red hair, which is honestly pretty epic. And he has this Bronzor, which can hypnotize you. It's like, oh, so I can see how Damas, who's like, I would never, ever, ever betray Arceus, okay? Arceus saved the world when it was being hit by meteors and promised like 5 of his like 16 life plates to making sure the soil is enriched. And luckily Damos is like, oh, thank goodness that I've been showed my future descendants. And now we have the Jewel of Life is what it's called. The Jewel of Life is yet again switcheroo because Marcus wants to keep it. And bury Arceus in silver water, including zapping him, which Arceus almost dies. We have a situation where we have, oh no, they're disappearing, but Ash has the life orb and gives the life orb to Arceus, and Arceus remembers Ash's name when they go back to the future. And I'm really glad that we have Arceus. It's like, oh my goodness, Ash and Pikachu, thank you goodness for you guys saving my life. And look, the land is here because Damos was motivated to keep the land fertilized and cultivate the land so the future generations could enjoy the fruits of the land. And I really like that. It's like, oh, well, you can take something that's completely hit with meteors and not primed for life. And if you save the best Pokemon, Arceus, in this generation, then you too can have cultivating land. You can cultivate your own land, grow some fruit, some vegetables. That'd be fun. Arceus saves the day. Now all the Pokemon go back to the respective realms. Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Arceus is still together at the end of the movie. And I'm like, ah, yeah. And then also, Ash is such a cool guy because he saved the day yet again. Wow, what a cool guy. He's so amazing. That's the end of the movie. I really enjoy the resolution of everything. Arceus comes to play. I also really enjoy Arceus's voice actor. And I enjoy Arceus, being hurt. Hurt people, you know? That's kind of what the situation is, but I'm glad everything is resolved, and yet, again, Ash is here to be the guy who fixes the day. So I gotta give this movie a solid 6.8 out of 10.
I'm Mint Salad, and I saw Pokemon Zoroark, Master of Illusions. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama, and this is the 13th Pokemon movie, so if you haven't seen it, I will spoil it for you. Spoiler number 1, Zoroark, isn't it? Even though we have the rest of the Ashen friends from Gen 4, Dawn is still here, Brock has always been here, Ash, cool. I really like how Piplup is like never evolved and like everybody else's Pokemon is just like evolved. Why? Why is Piplup? I remember one anime episode he was given an Evilite, so he's not able to evolve ever. But it's like, why? What, do you not want an Empoleon? That's like the coolest Pokemon ever. Dude, I mean, out of this generation of Pokemon. Dude, come on, Dawn. You are making yourself hurt in pain by not evolving your Pokemon. But that's not the point of this movie. The point of this movie is we have Zoroark. Zoroark is being portrayed as this evil Pokemon. Ooh, evil. Zoroark is having all of these, causing all of this commotion, caused Entei, Suicune, and the other one to destroy the city, and everyone's scared. We got a bunch of people being like, hey, you gotta stay inside. And I'm like, yo, I can use my eyes, man. We're going outside, there is no destruction here. So Zoroark, why is Zoroark just pretending to destroy everything? I was very confused until we meet Zora. It's the child Zoroark. Zoroark is a woman. Very, very rageful woman being separated from her child.
I find this plight to be kind of sad for Zora being like, oh no, my mother, why would she do all these evil things that people were saying she's doing evilness? Why? But you know, I feel for Zora. I really appreciate Ash and friends wanting to help and get to the bottom of this. So we got a bunch of strange things going on right now. We got this guy who's like, oh, I have the power to affect time. And if I use my time powers, the greenery is gonna be no longer green. It's gonna be no green. It's gonna be gray. It's gonna be dirt. It's gonna be dead. It's gonna be black, probably. That's probably more of the color would be like. But wow, I can't believe that this guy is just so willing to destroy the world in order to get what he wants, to get just a little taste of his destiny, his feelings to conquer the world. And of course, Zoroark, the masterful, illusionful Pokemon, very full of energy, a very powerful Pokemon. I wouldn't want to mess with Zoroark if I were them, to be honest, but of course we have Ash and Friends. It's a nice little journey seeing Ash and Friends with Zora. And I also like Team Rocket. I always like Team Rocket. I wish they had more of a part in these movies, but you know, I like Team Rocket being like the audience or like the third perspective character from like what's happening in the plot. They're like commentating like, whoa, what is happening here? That is crazy. What are these just random Pokemon just running about? Wow, I can't believe it. Also, there's these cage things that electrify the Pokemon. That Zoroark gets caged, and then Ash and Friends gets caged, and we have Pikachu and Piplup are supposed to help find, save, reunite Zora with Zoroark. And I felt during this journey, Zora is not as annoying as Shaman. I'm gonna put that right out there. Zora seems to be a little bit more chill, but also very hyper. Whenever Zora hears the cries of Zoroark, Zora freaks out, and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, but dude, please chill. That could be like 1,000 miles away. How good is your hearing? Also, I really like how Zora has telepathy. We gotta be able to have Pokemon talk somehow. I'm okay with Pokemon having telepathy if they're like legendary Pokemon, and I guess Zora might be a legendary Pokemon. Sub-legendary is probably the closer term. Lucario also talks as well. I guess legendaries and sub-legendaries just are able to talk, no matter what typing, because Lucario is a fighting steel type. Zora is a dark type. So not psychic types or any other types like the other bird Pokemon. By the way, why can't the 3 legendary Pokemon birds talk, but Lugia can? And what about Ho-Oh? Can Ho-Oh talk? Why not the other Pokemon? Why can Kyogre talk? I haven't heard of Groudon. I've only seen the weird Groudon abomination from a few movies ago I did reviews on. Wow, it was a wild ride just watching this movie, seeing Zora being, no, not my mom. But they do get reunited. We gotta stop this guy from destroying all the scenery, all the greenery in the world, more specifically this city. But it could spread to the world if he uses his time powers too much. Also, weird way that he got his time powers. He just got it after an event. That's fine. Of course, after being zapped, and luckily we have Zora and Zoroark reunited, and it's very cute. I'm like, I'm glad they're reunited. I wish I knew more about the humans in this world. I mean, I learned about the villain. I feel like in these Pokemon movies we'll learn more about the villain. Ash is always stepping up. Man, Ash, what a cool guy, man. The coolest of dudes, okay? Also, Dawn, yet again, although she's really helpful to Ash, she does not give much of a personality outside of like saying some stuff, but honestly, mostly Ash focused. Yet again, which is it's just the way it should be, honestly. I think Zoroark and Zora are adorable. I like the animations. I was noticing the animations. There's mostly 2D animation up until like we have a Pokemon on top of a roof, and it's like, oh, I feel like I'm like playing the game. It's the 3D model style of the games. There's a clear distinction on like the style of way it's drawn. You can tell if it's 2D, 3D. And I like how they mostly do 2D art in a lot of these Pokemon movies with the assistance of 3D if needed for like sweeping camera motions. I appreciate that. I like that about Pokemon. Pokemon is a fun series. I'm very excited to continue on with the rest of the movies. Zora arc. I want to pet Zora arc. But Zora arc seems like a mean fellow. Because I felt a little bit for Zora, but not really actually, but still a little bit. I gotta give this movie a 6.6 out of 10. I'm itsmintsalad and I saw Pokemon the movie, Black, Victini, and Reshiram. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. This is the 14th Pokemon movie. And if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you before we get into the movie. Episode sponsored by my Fansly. Go check it out after this review. So the movie starts, we're following Ash and friends in the 5th generation. Okay, thank goodness. Dawn, no longer. We have the Dragon Girl. Oh boy, I gotta learn her name by the next review. Iris is here. Oh my goodness. Iris, she's got a dragon Pokemon. And I remember my first experience through the Pokemon games was Generation 5 was when I actually completed it. Generation 4 I just had, but Generation 5 I completed actually the story. And I'm seeing the anime version of the story with the cool Pokemons. Oh man. I remember when Reshiram first came out, I cannot find any images to allude to this at all anymore, but when Pokemon Black first came out and like the design for Reshiram's little tough thing at the bottom looks like a weeder, and I thought it looked like a weeder, and why is no one talking about it now? Ah! Anyway, Ash and friends, Irish, Cylon, he's the grass starter type gym leader dude. He's part of the trio dudes. I like this generation. I remember this generation of Pokemon pretty fondly. So I like the story of we're seeing Victini, event Pokemon when it first came out. Victini is a cool little Pokemon. I think it's a fire psychic type, but I could be wrong. I like Victini. Victini is a victory Pokemon. Victini touches Ash, and Ash saves some Deerland, which is nice. I like the establishing of Victini interacting with Ash pretty early on. It's really nice. It's just nice. It's like, oh yeah, Victini chose Ash. Oh yeah, let's go. Maybe it's because Victini's a fire type and Ash's name is Ash because that's the byproduct of fire. Got him. Of course, Victini shows himself after a while, but not before hiding from Ash, stealing Ash's macaroons that Cylon brought, and I want macaroons. If someone would want to give me macaroons, whatever these are, I've never actually had one before, but I do want to try one. But Victini steals them from Ash. How rude. What a rude friend. But eventually, after giving Ash's Pokemon a lot of luck after bad type matches. Man, Ash, after so many years of being a Pokemon master, do you still not care about type match advantages at all? Okay, first of all, you send a Tepig against a Samurott. First of all, Samurott, coolest Pokemon in this generation. Survivor, whatever the evolution is, no. Emboar, none of that. Samurott, best Pokemon evolution of all the starters of in this generation. Okay, so of course Tepig wins somehow with power of Victini. Does the same with another Pokemon. Who cares about the type advantage? It was weak, and Ash power got the power. I got the power, says Ash. And also Victini appears. Victini is no longer visible. Victini cannot pass the walls of these little pillars. Also, there's a legend 1,000 years ago. The Dragon Force. Oh no, not the Dragon Force. It's being disrupted. Not the Dragon Force, the precious Dragon Force. Of course, you gotta put a sword plus the power of Victini and the king To save the Dragon Force, you gotta let the sword keep here. You gotta keep it here. Yeah. Meddling ancestors who think they know it all. They don't know why. That, oh, maybe this thing right here, I don't know why it's placed here. I want to move it. Maybe it's placed there for a reason, dude. Maybe that's the only best place for it, okay? Why do you have to move things? Oh, I wanna bring people back to our ancestors. And it's like, you're now though, who cares? What, you just have genetics of ancestors? All you gotta really care about what your ancestors did. Maybe the diseases that they give you now. Of course, I'm the type of person who's not connected to like a family at all. Like all of my family don't care. Told me little to nothing compared to this guy who's lived in a great time, doesn't know how good he has it. Quite unfortunate. And he wants to move the sword thingy and he captures Victini. Zekrom is here because, also found interesting, even though this is called Pokemon Black and Reshiram is the mascot, Zekrom appears, I think like 3 times, like instances across the movie. There's an extended scene with Reshiram, but Reshiram is summoned towards the end and it only really appears like in 2 scenes. I'm just saying that Zekrom appears more in a movie called Pokemon Black. I know Reshiram is black, but he's a Pokemon White mascot, dude. I had Pokemon White. Zekrom is so cool. You can't do this to me. Ugh. But anyway, they help have the sword no longer be in the air because it got risen in the air by Victini's power. Mwahaha, of course. He's shown the error of his ways, this ancestor kid is. Good. I'm glad he learns from his mistake. He puts the Dragon Force into the ground again. The Dragon Force sword thing. The Dragon Force is a force within the earth. That's established. The sword thing that's floating that stops the Dragon Force is what is being moved, and he wants it to be moved somewhere else. You want to move your kingdom away from where it's been established? Dude, I don't know, keep using these lands. You got like a really nice place going on here. You don't even have to worry about like sowing, farming right now, dude. You got like a nice, bountiful harvest going on, and you're like, oh, I want to move it. I want to move places. This dude does not seem very fortunate about himself. Thank goodness these pillars are now destroyed by the help of Reshiram and Zekrom. Also, they have ideals. They represent different philosophies. There's Zekrom, which represents ideals, and then there's truth, which Reshiram represents. In this movie, I guess this movie is very much like this dude ideally wants to have his kingdom somewhere else, but the truth of it, Reshiram appears and is like, put it back. This is necessary, dude. And the movie ends in Ash hugging Victini and Pikachu. Man, I really like Ash, okay? Every time I watch a movie, it just reinforces like why I like Ash so much, because he's resilient. He cares about Pokemon genuinely. And it seems like he's come to understand Pokemon as Pokemon and wants to like create a bond instead of using them for whatever means necessary. I hear that the next movie, Pokemon White, Victini, and Zekrom, is basically the same plot as this movie, but I'm interested to see what the differences are. So go check out the review when it's out. I want to see what the differences are. Oh boy, I do Pokemon reviews every Wednesday until I'm done with them. And then I'm moving on to something else. I like Reshiram in this movie a lot. I also like Zekrom. Let's see, who's better in this movie? In my opinion, I think that Zekrom is cooler. He's a cooler Pokemon. But Reshiram only has like one voice line, and it's like, just do it. It's like, Reshiram, I want you to speak more. Oh no. My Reshiram boy. Sad. I'm sad that he's not included as much as Zekrom is in this movie. But it was a fine and fun plot. A lot of the plot felt very like day in the life of Ash and Victini hanging out, and then this whole ordeal of this dude, this ancestor dude. Damon has now learned stuff. I'm happy for him, okay? Damon, He's now a good boy. Damon just had to find his ideals and not enjoy life. You had to change things. I feel like life would be harder if you moved your kingdom. But luckily, Earth saved. Dragon Force, no longer. Unova is rich with dragons, and I like the dragons in Unova. Oh boy, I'm excited for more movies, including more dragons. Yay, I like dragons. Dragons are pretty cool. This movie, Journey movie, lasts like maybe 45 minutes, is the swords thing, and I like that. It was nice. But I felt emotionally, it was fine. I kind of felt for Ash when he started losing air and started getting cold in the very edges of Earth's atmosphere, which then was heated up by Victini. And Victini actually broke the pillars. It only took Reshiram and Zekrom to help weaken them, so Victini can break out of them and save everyone. Good job, Victini, you did good, okay. Other than that, nice movie. It was a nice movie. It was okay. Otherwise, I wish there was more emotional development. I like Victini's character, I want to see more Victini. So I gotta give this movie a solid 6. Yeah, 6 out of 10. itsmintsalad and I saw Pokemon the movie, White, Victini, and Zekrom. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama, and this is the 14th Pokemon film. I said 14 last time. I'll go a little bit more in depth, so if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. The movie starts the same as the Black movie. Pretty much, beat to beat, this movie is the same as Pokemon Black, Victini, and Reshiram. The only difference is the legendary Pokemon, like how often they appear. In this one, the dogs agree with me. They haven't even seen the movie. The Reshiram appears first, and Zekrom is then, is like supposed to be summoned. But if you haven't seen either movie, pretty much the plot is we have the people of the Vale. That's what they're called, and they're living in a land full of Dragon Force. You have the Dragon Force, and also Victini is stuck within this like Dragon Force area because a while back, 1,000 years ago, Victini helped put the Dragon Force sword thingy where the kingdom lives. Yeah, it flew, and then the sword went into the earth, and now it's a whole like castle and whatever. Now there's a whole kingdom around it. But there's these pillars that Victini cannot go past, okay? And then we have Ash saves some deerling. Victini gives Ash some power. Victini steals macaroons and reveals himself to Ash and friends. And then we have Damon, who is wearing a lot of red. I believe the last movie, the people of the Vale wore a lot of like more blue. But definitely towards like the end, Damon's still wearing blue, and it's like, okay, cool, this is fun. Also, I noticed since they didn't really have to reanimate this movie a lot, pretty much at all, except for when it came to interactions with Reshiram and Zekrom individually, like in the order that they appear in, until later on when Ash is trying to save Victini from like being in these pillars, because you know all the pillars all come together when the big old sword kingdom starts flying, and Damon uses Victini's power. Damon doesn't understand what he's doing, just like the last movie, pretty much exactly the same as the last movie. But instead of Reshiram getting a Victini out of his bonds, it is Zekrom. And though, like, I just think for these two movies, I like how they cleverly have like Reshiram or Zekrom animated, like put in place, right? But like they're entirely separate from like everyone else, which is nice. I like that a lot. Upon rewatch, I got a little bit more details, like, you know, the name, the Vale people, the Sword of the Vale, the people of the Vale. That's what these people are. It's a whole tribe. King 1,000 years ago has Victini protect this area, make sure it doesn't like float up again, and so it floats up again. We need Reshiram and Zekrom to put a stop to it, put it in the ground. is okay. Man, now I feel really silly for watching both of these on 2 separate weeks because they're the same movie. Wow, okay. I like Zekrom, okay. Now the Zekrom versus Reshiram. Of course, there's more Reshiram in this movie called Pokemon White. But that's the case as Pokemon Black, there's more Zekrom in it. So, you know, that's totally understandable. I played Pokemon White. I never played Pokemon Black. And I like Zekrom more. Zekrom's a cooler Pokemon. I just think that Reshram's a little bit easier to draw too. Man, Reshiram's a cool Pokemon. Reshiram's got this little tail thing and it's got a little like blazing and it's like, is your tail just like made out of white fire and then it like turns into some sort of fire and then your tail's no longer white, it's fire color? Like, what is this? What's up with this Reshiram? Also, they're incredibly powerful and I'm glad that they saved the day. They put the kingdom back after it floating. Damon is like, oh, I want to go to a place. Actually, in this movie, I should note, there is a lack of like going to a cold place in this. Instead, they're like going to like, it's more of like a desert place that they're going to. That's the only difference between these movies. It's fun. It's fun. I just want to watch the next one because I already watched this twice and it's like, oh, I'm still gonna give it the same score. Ash is a nice boy. He's a good one. He's so amazing. He's such a hero character. I like Ash so much. I gotta give this movie like, what score did I give it last time? Man, I don't remember.
6 out of 10.
I'm just gonna go off my gut like always. I'm gonna give it like a 6.7 out of 10.
I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon the movie, Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. And this is the 15th Pokemon movie film. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. Oh man, the movie starts with Keldeo is a youngin', he's training to become a Sword of Justice, but he ain't there yet. There's other 3 people. I learned how to pronounce their names there just now. We have Verizon, not sponsored by Verizon. I don't have a tree here. Then we have Colbalin, I believe. Colbalin and Terrakion. Terrakion's a memorable one. I like Verizon, she's cool. But they got them 3 plus Caldeo's a youngin'. The 3 is older. They're like, hey, you ain't ready. You aren't ready to battle anyone. You're not ready to be the Swords of Justice, okay? And he's trying to battle everyone. Caldeo is like a youngin'. And you know what he does? First 20 minutes of this Pokemon movie is Pokemon. I personally like that a lot, actually. So we got Pokemon, and then we got like Caldeo going to Kyurem. Who is Kyurem? Very strong Pokemon. Also, pretty much for most of the movie, Kyurem is the black Kyurem version, which is like Zekrom plus Kyurem powers. So it'll be like Electric, Dragon, Ice, I guess the typing is there. I've never played Black and White 2, personally. If you have, I don't know what the types are. I know Kyurem has like 3 forms, regular and then like the Zekrom and Reshiram versions. Also, regular Kyurem can use fire moves. Unless it's dragon, the dragon is the type that's letting all the dragon moves happen. I don't quite understand like why there's an ice type using fire moves. Maybe this is the way to show that we're also using Reshiram, but you're not in your Reshiram form. So why are you using fire types? I like the electric type moves. That makes sense if you're Black Kyurem. That has Zekrom's electric type abilities. And oh man, so cool. I like the designs. I like the fight scenes. I like how they're animated. And then Ash and friends join the picture. Caldeo is injured, taken to a Poke Center. Then we have Ash and friends, Iris and Celion. Okay, still the 2 best people so far. Okay, I gotta do a tier list ranking of all the best sidekicks for the Pokemon movies. after I finish them, because I have strong opinions about every one of them. I want to tier list them after I do them all, but I gotta see the next ones first. I have no exposure to the next ones. At least these ones, I watched a little bit of the anime, and I was like, oh, hey, I like these dudes. This chick loves dragons, and she has an Axu. Also, there's these like ice Pokemon. They look like metal snowflakes. I don't know what they're called, but I never play with them. I don't play with ice types, okay? That's my strict Pokemon rule. No ice types for me, personally. So, you know, I'm heavy on fire. After Caldeo recovers, Caldeo is in fear of Kyurem. Of course, he just lost to the dude. But in order to be a sword of justice, you have to overcome your fear. Okay, overcome it. You gotta overcome the fear or else you can't do anything with your life, says Verizon. Which Verizon? Is it the one that's telling me to buy their phone plan? Or is it the grass deer Verizon? That's not a funny joke. I'm genuinely asking who's telling me my life is bad right now if I don't overcome my fear. Terrakion. How I can remember his name is that we have Caldeo's like, I love Terrakion. I know Calbulion. Calbulion. He's like, yes, no, true, false. He's like that, you know, Calbulion. What is it called? Despite him being the leader, Terrakion is mentioned more in Caldeo's dialogue. Or maybe I just remember Tachyon more. Unless, you know, I'm pronouncing it wrong. I do like how Caldeo has to go back to Kyurem to prove that once and for all that he can defeat Kyurem, and it's a whole battle, and I like the battle sequence. Ash is just a supporting friend role in this movie. This movie is mostly focused on Caldeo's journey and becoming more of becoming a sword of justice. Kyurem is like, I know you're a sword of justice, and then is like battling him. Most of the fight, he is Black Kyurem. I have seen enough Black Kyurem. There's a lot of Black Kyurem up to this point. And I do like how Caldeo gets his horn though. Also, I really like the voice actor for all these swords of justice boys and girl, but Caldeo especially has a great voice actor. I feel like the voice actor complements the voice of the Ash and friends. Oh boy, mosquitoes? No, not my friend. Hate mosquitoes. Do not turn your back, says Tachyon. Tacky boy, big buff boy, he says him. He's like, hey, don't turn your back. Caldeo turns his back, and white Kyurem comes. Reshiram, oh my goodness, finally, has fire powers, very appropriate, great. Gets frozen, but he's like, I'm water fighting type. And then like fights out of the whatever it's called, the ice, and defeats Kyurem once and for all. And he's a sword of justice. We all learned a lesson from this. Overcome your fear. Just have the person you want to be in mind, in your mind's eye, and you stare at that. Only that. Don't give in to your fear, and eventually you'll become that person. Fear will be conquered. I liked it. Also, Iris shows that you don't have to use forced open doors. You can just open them. Is this a metaphor? I'm not sure. I'm autistic, so I didn't pick up a metaphor. But if you did, let me know. I'm just not well versed in metaphors. I just don't quite understand them naturally unless they're explained to me. Or I can visualize it. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Oh, it's like an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Look, an apple literally is falling from a tree, but it doesn't fall far. I understand that means like descendant doesn't really go anywhere. Remains underneath the shadow of the tree of the parent, unless you have a better explanation in the comments. But anyway, I like this simple journey. The fight animations are cool. The animations are actually really good in this. There's a lot of 2D animated scenes. It seems like there's some 3D assistance. There's a lot of 2D. I like how these movies aren't heavy in 3D unless like necessary. And there's like a nice blend, especially in the fight scenes. I like the fight scenes a lot. So because the fight scenes are nice and powerful, they're more like force balls. They're not like kicks or anything. More like rays of energy. Like, and also, what qualifies a Pokemon to have telekinesis with people? Or whatever that term is, to speak to people without opening their mouth at all? What is that? I don't understand. I gotta give this movie a solid 6.8 out of 10.
I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon the movie, Genesect and the Legend Awakened. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama, and this is the 16th film. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. This review is sponsored by Linktree. You can check that out after the review. The movie starts, we're seeing Genesect and his buddies. They're looking for a home. They're in the blizzard, okay? They're in a blizzard, and they have Mewtwo. First of all, I have to say this is the like third Pokemon film so far with Mewtwo. I know there's a Mewtwo with Detective Pikachu, but I'm not counting that. This is not chronological, and that's like completely separate. These Genesect aren't even supposed to be here today, man. How crazy is that, man? We have this Genesect and his trio risen from 3 million years of slumber by, you guessed it, Team Plasma. Oh boy. When I saw the logo while the little sequence was happening, I was like, ah yeah, I remember Team Plasma from the games. They were up to no good in that, man. These Genesect, they're like, we're gonna go home now. And they fly to the Pokemon equivalent of New York City. I forget what it's called. There's a really big city in the Unova game. It's really big. It's really cool how it looks in the game, but the name, what is it, Dave? It's really big. It looks like New York. There's even a Central Park in it. And these Genesect go to this Central Park. They're like confused by everything because they're 3 million years old and they've just woken up and now the entire world is weird. And also what's interesting, we have Ash notices a sad Genesect just looking at the water, looking at these petals, old petals, 3 million year old petals, very convenient age. Ash like skates on a Pokemon. Ash is rude. Oh, is this a Pokemon? And then he like climbs on it, and so he does like surfing stuff. Of course, that happens. He talks to the Genesect. He's like, "Oh yeah, we're becoming best buddies and stuff like that." The Genesect warms up to Ash, and then we have Genesect red leader because the other Genesect are purple, and then we have a red Genesect as the leader, and you cannot disobey this guy. I don't know what the threat is if you disobey him, but it seems to be a Pokemon thing where you can communicate between other Pokemon and like you can override their decisions. And so he does a little blast. And then we have all these Genesect just going into this electrical area, this building, causing all the electricity to go haywire. There's whatever this bug stuff is, like, I don't know what type Genesect is. I know that Genesect has these type things they can just insert to make them different types. I like how the blasts are different types, and also each guy has a different color pack. And so we see our little friend here, he has a blue pack, which is nice. But I was talking about the webbing thing. What is that made of? It looks like a tree branch, okay? Like it goes on the electricity. It looks like a big old ball of gross goo. It's not even goo. It's like, it like hardens. And then all the power's out. You have these Genesect fighting because the leader's like, oh, fight them.
You do not tell me what to do. You do not tell me what to do. Of course, this Mewtwo comes into play. Ah, man, what form is it that it turns into? I can't remember if it's the X or Y version, but it transformed into the X and Y version. A little sneak peek of what's to come for this Mewtwo for the next generation, because we're still in Generation 5, and the Mewtwo doesn't become X and Y until the X and Y games, okay? That's Generation 6. But anyway, I think it's Y. It's a female. It's a female voice actress. Or is it female sounding? It's very feminine voice. I was surprised. I was like, wait. I was caught off guard. I thought it'd be a dude. Mainly because the first anime, the Mewtwo was a dude. Ash has a nice special connection with this Genesect though. He's able to stray away from the pack and get no repercussions for it. Great. You just have the other Genesect attack your friends and you're just kind of there and weak. You get weak? That's not good. Ash believes in you, Genesect. Okay, Genesect. Why don't you, you know, be alive? Wake up. Come on. You got your friends, you gotta tell them to stop. Man, so much battling, so much power going off. The entire city grid goes off. And if that happened in, like, now, in this world, I can't even imagine what the repercussions, I can't speak. What's that word? Repercussions. It would be so many repercussions. It takes Mewtwo to take the red Genesect after he's caught off guard, and then you have the Mewtwo who's like flying him to space. He does an Iron Man maneuver. He pulls an Iron Man. You even got like the little icing on his face to match. It's great. Mewtwo's like, hey, you are being selfish. And Genesect is like, okay. That's it? That's it? Genesect, you're just gonna be like, okay, I see the error of my ways. Genesect needs a home, man. And Ash is like, hey, I'll offer you a place. I know of a place. There's a place to go. Look at this poster over here. This is the place to go. We're gonna go there. And they all move there and they have a happy little life. It's a nice time. You know what? It's nice that the Genesect who wants to go home constantly is like, you know, I'm so glad I am home. I am home. I'm so happy to be here at home. And it's like, I'm glad you're enjoying your time. I hope the changes aren't that stark from 3 million years ago. Those flower petals are 3 million years old. I guess in this world, you can also raise Pokemon from fossils. So technology, definitely cooler than ours. I want to be in Pokemon technology, man. What would you do with Pokemon technology if you had the ability to take a bunch of Pokemon fossils and make them to real life things? You know, like a dinosaur, take a Tyrannosaurus Rex, take a Draeomosaurus. It's a relative to Velociraptor. Take those bones. Take the other dinosaur bones that I don't care enough to remember from my geology class on dinosaurs specifically. Take all of those bones, you make them into dinosaurs. What now? Hey, that's Jurassic Park. Would you make a cool Pokemon? Like the little dragon of the little, not dragon, he's a dinosaur. Gen 6 dinosaur is really cool. Not the ice one, but the other one. That one's cooler than a pterodactyl. Man, that thing sucks. Also, I got hot beef with not Arcane. What's the flying Archon? What's the evolution of Archon? Whatever that Pokemon is called. It's like all rainbowy and stuff. It's from Gen 5. Terrible ability. Has Defeatus ability. Terrible Pokemon. Oh my goodness. Also terrible typing. Not good to play with competitively at all. Okay, so I would choose to resurrect the right Pokemon. Leave me what you think in the comments. What would you do? I like Ash. Ash is nice. Ash is nice and fun. You know, I felt this movie focus on like a team of 5 instead of like one individual Pokemon. I didn't bond with it as well. I didn't like the introduction as much as other Pokemon movies. It was still good. Have a Mewtwo, a little Genesect have a little talking, and they're having a little fighting because the leader keeps insisting that you have to do it my way. But they eventually realize that like they're pretty much the same Pokemon. Mewtwo and Genesect, both created by humans as weapons and are no longer in their labs that they came from. So I like that central sharing point with that, with the characters, with the character development there. I like that. But I really like the little blend of 2D and 3D. I feel like there's like some shots that are obviously 3D, but there are some shots that are like 2D, and then there's some shots that I'm unclear about. And it's like, oh, this must be mixed with both, I guess. So I would love to see more Pokemon movies to see what they do with as the technology goes further. So I gotta give this movie a solid like 6.1 out of 10.
I'm inside and I saw Pokemon the movie. Beyonce and the Cocoon of Destruction is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. This is number 17 of the Pokemon movies. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. And also, sponsored by my Linktree. You can check that out after the review. The movie starts with Pokemon Beyonce and me now understanding the entire purpose of this Pokemon. Okay, the purpose of this Pokemon is the fact that it's a princess that can create diamonds necessary for these little small the rock fairy boys to have a civilization or something. And okay, that's fine by me. But you know, I haven't really seen much of their purpose in an ecosystem. All I know is that this Pokemon Beyonce, this Princess Beyonce, I don't care about her name. She's just really pink. Beyonce, I see her, yeah, she's the biggest one. She cannot make a diamond, she has to find Xerneas. Fine, let's find Xerneas. But Ash and friends are here. Beyonce needs help. Ash is there to help. You know, this movie is very much similar in the fact that Ash just is befriending the Pokemon. And you know, the Pokemon is like, okay, yeah, I'll accept people's help. And Beyonce, the way that she speaks, I like how she speaks. She's like, "Ah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, so much," minus the accent, of course. And I'm like, she's just so polite, but also no personality. Beyonce has no personality in this movie, except for honorable, way too trusting of people. And also, I like Team Rocket's involvement in this movie. Beyonce gets kidnapped by competent Team Rocket people. Finally, Jesse and James are able to finally take a Pokemon and propel the story forward. Instead of being a comical piece, oh, they're being washed away by the waves. No, they advanced the plot in this one, which I like. We got a bunch of people trying to steal Beyonce because she can create diamonds, but she's not able to create diamonds yet, but she's on a quest to find Xerneas. And it's a nice little quest. I like the animation. For the most part, I'd say the animation is 2D. It has some 3D. A lot of the more complex Pokemon, like Xerneas and Yveltal, are more 3D drawn because they do a bunch of flying maneuvers and stuff like that. And it's fun. A lot of the Pokemon, it's just, oh, you know, this kind of reminds me of Pokemon Go kind of animation level back in like 2016. This is 2014, so it makes sense. So I'm getting that like style out of this movie. Okay, so you have Beyonce, but what about the Cocoon of Destruction? What is that in reference to? Well, at the same point which I thought of that question in my mind, in the movie, they explain it. It's Yveltal.
Yveltal's bad, needs to sleep forever. If it's in a non-sleep state, everything's gonna die. Ah, man, why are Pokemon so freaking powerful? How did humans ever become kings in a world full of Pokemon? Come on, like, seriously? You have freaking like Dragonites, Charizards, different versions of Charizards, like big old boys, Whale Lords. They're like 47 feet wide or whatever, long or whatever. They're massive. Okay, you have these big, old, and powerful Pokemon, and humans are smarter than them to conquer them. Wow. Pokemon has like a much more advanced society than anyone thinks. I feel like the advancement of the society is underrated because there's a lot of elements of like old, kind of like chill earthiness to the environment, and then there's like high-tech battle animals that humans control. Enough about that though. Pikachu gets turned into stone yet again. It's not as tragic though. I don't feel as bad. I'm just thinking while Yveltal's like sending all his dark energies just around the earth, I'm like, this is gonna get fixed somehow. Is Xerneas gonna come here? Oh yeah, Xerneas is here, giving that classic wisdom to fairy type Pokemon. And then luckily, what's her name? Deontay. Deontay is like, yo, I can create a diamond now because I believe in myself since he mega evolves. But where did the stone come from? I didn't see a stone on her. Maybe like in the end there's a little zoom in on her. What's her little mega evolution stone? I'm like, no! No, I just felt like that was for convenience of plot. That's just what that felt like to me. I'm like, oh, now she magically transformed and she's able to stop the blast with the diamond. Also, she's able to create a diamond for the underground world and to restore her civilization, which I don't care about because the Pokemon sucks. Rock Fairy? Okay, what type coverages does that have? You have Fairy, which is weak against poison and steel, and then you have Rock, which is weak against like virtually everything, ground, water, frickin' ice maybe? Fighting, definitely. There's no type like coverages, disadvantages. Why? Why do these Pokemon exist? I don't like them. I don't like these Pokemon. I say Gen 6 is definitely my favorite era of Pokemon, mainly because of the game's like customization. You got them little forts. I liked that part, but some of the designs were really weird, and the 666 Pokemon was a moth, okay? Or butterfly, whatever it is. But you can't tell me that it should have been a cooler Pokemon, but that's not this movie. The movie ends with Deontay saving the day, and that's it. Bye-bye. Great, okay. And then she's revealed to have the Mega Evolution Stone. Also, Absol. Absol's a pretty cool Pokemon. Absol has a Mega Evolution with some wings, has Magic Bounce as an ability. It can go very high. And I'm like, man, I feel like this is wasted opportunity for Absol to be dual type. But that's nothing about that. It could be a different video. I could go so much into the different types of Pokemon, which I think are pretty much worthless and shouldn't be used and shouldn't exist, like the typings and stuff. But if let's set an arbitrary goal. 5K views on this video, I'll do that. Deontay sucks. Character sucks. The bodyguards around her kind of suck in terms of like protecting her. She just kind of is like, oh, I'm gonna go walk forward because I'm bigger than everyone. And you have the little guard dudes who are like, no, stop, princess, and eventually they get hard as a rock. Like Yveltal has the dark energy and can turn people into rock. Okay. I don't understand Pokemon's world, I gotta be honest with you. This movie, not memorable. I gotta be very honest about that. I've said pretty much what I have to say about this movie. It's nice, but I don't care about Deontay. So I gotta give this movie a solid like 5.4 out of 10. I'm Salad and I saw Pokemon the movie Hoopa and the Clash of Ages. It is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. This is the 18th Pokemon movie. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. This is sponsored by Linktree. You can check that out after the review. 18 plus only. All right, first of all, I gotta say, I think this title is a little wordy, mouthy, and I'll go a little bit into more detail why a little bit later. But first, this movie starts with introduction of who Hoopa is, this Pokemon. This Hoopa character 100 years ago, very powerful, kept using his power for summoning legendary Pokemon and having them fight him, which I find to be hilarious. So we get to see a bunch of legendary Pokemon in this movie, which I like, okay. And then we get to see Ash and friends. They go to the city where Hoopa's trainer is, person trainer. Definitely when I was watching this, like, first thing that I got was why? Why is Hoopa being trained by some humans? And I wanted this movie to explain this for me. And so I gotta see if this movie explains that. So now we have Hoopa is demonstrating his powers, which is pretty cool. Dude, imagine if you have a ring, right? Big old ring that just a Pokemon take off of the body and shoot you through this ring to teleport places. This Pokemon creates wormholes. This Pokemon is so powerful. Like, is it more powerful than Arceus? Man, I should probably do a legendary ranking video at some point of ranking all the Pokemon legendaries from the movies and power scaling them, because I see a sense of power scaling in this movie as well. Hoopa compared to the other legendaries. Also, the people surrounding Hoopa trying to keep Hoopa from accessing this power has this little like Arceus-shaped dealio. What is that called? Stone? It's like a little piece of metal that's shaped like the Arceus rings around him. And I like this because it's like, oh, so Arceus does exist. We're in a universe now. I like how we are in fact in a nice little universe here. Hoopa has his powers stowed away via this little magic bottle, genie bottle thing, which is cute. Until those powers come out, and then Hoopa has to resist those powers because Hoopa is scared that the evilness of those powers went into Hoopa's body. And I'm like, oh boy, do these powers affect people? Do these powers affect everyone else, including Hoopa? And this is answered. I like how this is answered. So we see how we have Team Rocket coming in clutch again, being part of the story yet again. Oh my goodness. Okay, 6th gen Pokemon movies, where's that? First of all, Team Rocket steals this little genie containing Hoopa's power and then releases it. It's because the power can mind control the people who's containing it. Like, mind controls Meowth. Also mind controls Ash, tries to, but Ash is strong-spirited and he's a very good boy. Okay, Ash is the bestest of boys. I like Ash in this. He's like trying to understand Hoopa the entire time. Meanwhile, we have Hoopa cannot resist the power. And so is like summoning a bunch of legendaries, causing a bunch of destruction. You have a bunch of legendaries like, I'm gonna get you. At first glance, there's a few legendaries like Rayquaza. I thought it was shiny form until I realized it was the mega evolved form. Then we have Latios also in there. mega evolution forms. By the way, why are there mega evolutions both purple? I don't like that, man. I seriously don't like that. I mean, I feel like there is no distinguishment between the two. Oh, is it because in order to use the fly feature in Alpha Sapphire and Omega Ruby, in order to like just not be able to like program 2 3D models that can fly in the air? No, it has to be just one that look pretty much the same between the two freaking Pokemon that fly in the air. You remember that feature from Alpha Sapphire? I had Alpha Sapphire. Man, that was so cool, but man, why aren't there mega evolutions different? I don't like that. But anyway, we see other Pokemon. Lugia makes an appearance. I was very surprised. I was like, yo, Lugia's awesome. But you know what's not awesome? Lugia doesn't talk in this movie at all. It just makes a Lugia sound like or something like that. I don't like that. Make Lugia noises. Talk. Dang it. What happened to all the Pokemon that could speak using telekinesis? Okay? Why did this suddenly not have telekinesis? You're just gonna have Lugia be like, "Arr!" Oh, it's because you gotta pay for a voice actor? Okay, cool. Whatever. Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason. I still don't like it though. Hoopa is able to take all the things that his human handlers were talking to him. By the way, those human handlers, there's a reason why there are human handlers. It's because, you know, Hoopa was very powerful, took his power away, and now we got a bunch of people trying to look after Hoopa, and it's like a whole generational thing. That was pretty cool. Man, Hoopa, man, why do you gotta have them hoops around your body though? Man. Also, I feel like Hoopa's underrated as a Pokemon. Definitely not the coolest looking Pokemon, not the coolest looking legendary. Oh my goodness, we had Zekrom, Restrom, we had White Kyurem here too. That was so cool. I really liked the amount of legendaries in this movie, but I gotta be honest, I think the legendaries in this movie was just so there's an excuse to draw a bunch of legendaries, but I'm very happy about that, okay? I'm very happy it's not just a bunch of legendaries. I'm sad that more legendaries didn't get more roles. You have Lugia like fighting versus like a bunch of other people, legendaries fighting Hoopa. They're all fighting Hoopa and they still suck against Hoopa, okay? Do you think Arceus is more powerful than Hoopa? Because Arceus has created worlds and such, but Hoopa can create wormholes. Cannot go through his own wormholes if he has limited powers, but can go through his own wormholes when he has all of his powers. Man, I'm interested to see the other movies. This step of Ash's Pokemon plus the Pokemon around him, I think this is like a second evolution. He's a Frogidere. So yeah, that's cool. I also remember this generation has Ash Greninja, but in the anime. I hope that appears in a movie. I've seen a clip of Ash Greninja, and that is so cool. Animated is so cool, but yeah, if it's not in a movie, I'll be sad. But it wasn't in this movie. No Ash Greninja yet. Anyway, any character progression? No, I don't care. This is more like a movie where I was just enjoying the amounts of legendary Pokemon on screen, and Hoopa is a doofus. But like, how did they at first initially extract Hoopa's power? I mean, they already showed them containing Hoopa's power once it left the bottle initially, but how did they do it the first time? I'm interested to see. Any other character progression? That's none really. 2D and 3D animation. There's a lot of mix between 2D and 3D. A lot of the legendaries were like hand drawn, but also there wasn't like a lot of legendaries in action, except for when they were in action, then they're like 3D model-ish. But everything else, this is a fine movie. And so I gotta give this movie a solid 5.6 out of 10. I'm itsmintsalad and I saw Pokemon the movie, Volcanion, and the Mechanical Marvel. What does that even mean? It's directed by Kunihiko Yuyama, and this is the 19th Pokemon movie. If you haven't seen this, I will spoil it for you.
This episode is sponsored by viewers like you, and also by Linktree. You can check that out after the review. This movie starts unlike the other Pokemon movies from like the past couple, where those Pokemon movies focus on a Pokemon and then expand out to like Ash and Friends. This one starts off with like Ash and Friends, and they're having a nice little picnic, and then we see Volcanion has a little a wristband, and then Ash has that band on his stomach too when Volcanion falls from the sky. Man, you know what's interesting about Volcanion? Volcanion pretty much consistently throughout the movie is like, oh, I hate humans so much. Kind of reminds me of another Pokemon movie where the guy hates humans first. I can't really think of which one it is though. Dave, if you know, let me know what it is here. But yeah, another instance of Pokemon hating humans. And I find it hilarious that even though Volcanion hates humans, because of the little bands around Volcanion's front paw, front arm, front leg, and Ash's stomach, a little electrokinetic bond, so they kind of are forced together constantly. I found this to be fun. And so we have Volcanion is like, stop doing that, stop touching me. I can't, dude. Stop trying to run away. I'm connected to you. And so this is what Volcanion does. He tries to shake Ash off. But luckily, there's some reconciliation with Volcanion and Ash when we have Volcanion isn't very open until this point. Volcanion's like, I'm trying to get to this little plateau area with a bunch of Pokemon in it. You humans can't come with. He's kind of forced to. Because you got Ash, and they have Ash's friends like following Volcanion, so it's just a bunch of humans, okay? Hilarious. And then they go to this little Pokemon plateau where there's a bunch of Pokemon. All these Pokemon are scared of these humans, scared of the humans' Pokemon. Also, Volcanion's like, oh, if you side with humans, you're bad. I also see you as a human instead of just a Pokemon. It's like, I mean, there has to be some truth to like this Pokemon. Ash's Pokemon specifically just loving Ash, okay? Ash is like the best Pokemon trainer ever when it comes to like talking to their Pokemon and being like totally empathetic, like, yeah, I totally understand Pokemon Pikachu. We're best friends. We're like the bestest of friends. And it just seems like Pikachu is getting stronger and stronger with each movie, okay? We also have this prince dude. I guess he's a prince. Prince plus a princess trying to steal Magearna. Honestly, when I first heard of the name, I thought they were saying Moderna, like the IUD, but no, it's Magearna. What's interesting about Magearna is that Magearna is like, I'm just a Pokemon. Even have like humans like, I'm gonna steal Pokemon. I want Magearna because it's one of a kind. And Ash just like ends up stealing Magearna. Oh, one fell swoop. Yeah, here we go. Oh no, looks like I'm attracted to Volcanion. I have to go be next to Volcanion's leg. Until their bands are eventually taken off. I gotta be honest, I definitely missed the scene in which their bands were taken off. But I must have just missed that scene because they're still like together even when their bands are gone. I think it's at some point Volcanion realizes how much Ash just loves Pokemon and wants to help Pokemon. Is like not willing to lie. Also, I mentioned Prince and Princess. They're still trying to get Magearna. They're trying to get like the Magearna's like heart thing so that they can have their part of their wall float. This is, which movie is this? This is Pokemon Black and Pokemon White. This is just what happens in those movies, but with a different generation. So it's interesting how they're doing this gimmick yet again, and they have to take this little soul thing and bring Magearna back to life because also it's interesting about this movie, compared to Pokemon Black and White the movies, Team Rocket has a more involved role, okay? Team Rocket is involved in trying to like dupe Ash and friends, but they're not very good at it. Also, Meowth gets captured and Meowth has empathy. I never knew that Meowth had empathy, but Meowth can hear Magearna's soul And Meowth is like, oh my goodness, I'm crying because Magearna I can't hear Magearna. She's in pain, she's in suffering. It's like, oh boy. Meowth is definitely like a Pokemon whisperer. I personally would like to see more Meowth. This is also the 19th Pokemon movie. Why did it take 19 movies to give Meowth a character, like a personality that would sympathize with other Pokemon and then express that? Why is this the first time I'm only seeing this? Also, in order to defeat, these guys trying to keep Magearna, and after Ash and Friends takes the Magearna core, I also really love the appearance Ash Greninja. Ash Greninja and Ash. Yeah, epic battle, here we go. Honestly, the coolest battle between Ash and Ash Greninja is probably, I saw a clip on it a while ago. I think it was either the semifinals or the finals for the championship. It looks so cool. This movie did not do that. Sure, there's some Ash and Greninja bonding and Greninja doing the bidding of Ash, but nothing like as cool as a transformation. And then Ash just kind of, boom, come back. I have to mention, now that I'm on the topic of Pokemon, they got the Mega Evolutions right. You got a bunch of Pokemon who can Mega Evolve. And apparently you have to have a strong bond, but you can force this bond by having like this stone technology that this prince has and they're using against Ash and Friends constantly. There's a shiny Gengar and there's a shiny Gardevoir in this movie. There's 2 shinies in this movie. I've never seen a Pokemon movie where there's 2 shinies in it. And all those Pokemon look like they're in pain when they Mega Evolve. And I'm like, oh, I think that's the point, is that they're in pain. But once the little Mega Evolution link is destroyed, all those Pokemon are free. I was honestly hoping that those Pokemon would attack those trainers that force them to Mega Evolve against their will. Because you gotta have some sort of nice little bond. And it's mentioned many times that the prince and princess don't really have a bond with these Pokemon that Mega Evolve, blah, blah. Wow, words are not my speciality ever. So, you got the bond to Mega Evolve. The prince, princess, plus their people, stuff like that. There's a guy with like purple hair. He looks pretty sinister. I didn't catch his name because honestly, the coolest thing about this movie, other than Volcanion having to redo his water every time, I'm like, oh man, that's a cool Pokemon. I think Volcanion is a water fire type? What type is Volcanion? He's a water type, for sure, because he has water blasts. I think he's also a fire type because he has steam, and very rarely fire blasts out of him. Like, why isn't he using the fire more if he's a fire type? Unless he's not. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Dave. But Volcanion is pretty cool. Or like how he can just have his arm things just connect at the top, and it's completely out of the way. It's pretty nice. And then when he needs it, he's like, pretty epic, awesome stuff. Do I care about the other Pokemon other than the shinies, other than the cool Mega Evolutions? Not in particular. Also, Team Rocket and it's Team Rocket are given Pokemon to Mega Evolve. That's cool. They're not really much of a threat though. There never is. I feel like in this season of anime, at some point they get dark suits, they get black suits and are more of a threat. I think that's just in the anime though, and I want to see it reflected in the movies. I haven't really seen much of this generation anime. I've only seen like a couple of screenshots, I gotta be honest. But which Team Rocket is your favorite Team Rocket? From which generation? Let me know in the comments. Other than the character progression of Volcanion, I feel like there's more character progression of him than anything. We get to understand like why he likes Pokemon more than humans. Humans have just lied to him. And also he has a fondness for Magearna, which is pretty nice. I think Magearna is a steel fairy type. It's pretty neat. I like Magearna. Magearna is pretty cool. And that Ash is just cool all around. And who cares about the other Pokemon guys? People with him. Well, we have the electric gym type leader. Forget his name, but I know him from the games. Who's electric gym type.
He's like, oh, science is awesome. I like him. Anyone else? Not really. So I gotta give this movie a solid 6 out of 10. I just realized my mic was not on. But what do you think of this instead? It's his fault. I blame him, not myself for not turning the button on. So anyway,
I'm Mint Salad and I saw Detective Pikachu. It is directed by Rob Letterman. I haven't seen this movie before, but I definitely have heard it. I know for a fact that Ryan Reynolds was in it. And so I was very excited to watch it. I was like, whoa, Deadpool's here? So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. I love Pokemon. Big fan of the games. I haven't watched a lot of the animes, but I was thinking about covering the animes and the movie animes because I want to establish a Pokemon Day. Very much like there's a Scooby Day already and how Marvel Mondays exists. So I'm thinking Pokemon Day would go on Sunday. What do you guys think about that? The movie starts, we're following Tim. He's an insurance guy in a world full of Pokemon everywhere. Why does he not want to become a Pokemon trainer? Well, first of all, his mother died, and then his dad is an absentee dad, and he's a Pokemon detective. He's a detective or a police officer in a city, as we soon will learn, is surrounded by Pokemon. Tim is summoned to the city because his father has died, and there's a whole montage where it's just, I just feel it. Tim's like, oh man, if I just never stayed with my grandmother, I stayed with my dad instead when my mom died, what would life have been? And there's a little bit of like flashbacks kind of building up on this undertone emotional, like, if I was with my dad more, but what if I was a different person? That's definitely like an undercurrent throughout the entire rest of the movie. But we're going through a Pokemon movie and there's a bunch of Pokemon everywhere. And I gotta say, the Pokemon look pretty cool. They're animated in a Disney manner. They're not realistic. They have like an uncanny feeling to them, but it's like adorably so. It definitely is pleasure to my eyes whenever I see these Pokemon on the screen. They're definitely much more animated than this Pokemon right here, this Detective Pikachu that I drew. And you know, the Detective Pikachu in this movie does not have a standard Pikachu eye look. It has like more of an anime look. So I tried recreating that, and the result that I got is he looks like he took one too many funny brownies. And he looks very stoned right now. But what do you guys think of this Pikachu? Would you become friends with this Pikachu when this Pikachu suddenly arrives at your father's apartment when you go there? Like I mentioned, Tim has to go to his dad's apartment. I really love the shot before he gets to his dad's apartment where he's just on the train. And it's just sad. I'm just like, oh man, you have to deal with this guy you didn't know. And then you go to his apartment, you're like opening his mail to get the mail. And then there's just this lady on the stairs looking all weird with some backlighting behind her, asking you about your father, which you barely know. And I thought that was really weird. I really appreciate Tim's responses, like, who are you? And she speaks in all rhyme, very much like the anime. It's like, why are you trying to get information about my dad? Well, I'm writing a story, and it's supposed to be very journalistic, but I'm only an intern, so no one will take me seriously, but I have to find myself a story, so give me more information about your father, please. And I'm thinking, this is a blatant disrespect of my privacy. And he goes upstairs and he unlocks the apartment and he's looking through all his dad's stuff, and it's like, oh, he even left a bedroom for you with all your Pokemon memorabilia on the wall. And I'm just thinking, Tim, what happened? Why don't you want Pokemon? What's also fun though, is we get to see Tim going through all the things, all the Pokemon things. He's like, man, what would my life be? I think I'm pretty happy though, not having a Pokemon, being alone. And he goes through his father's office in like a part of his apartment, and there's like a thing, a jar with some purple stuff in it, like a doofus. He opens it up, and he's like, oh no, there's smoke everywhere. I'm not sure how he didn't get like some sort of coughing, like past the point where he's coughing. All of the smoke goes out the window though. And I'm just like, why aren't you coughing more? What, do you have any effects? I guess you don't, so does this not affect humans? And then we see a Pikachu just appear. Like, hello, I'm a Pikachu. I'm supposed to be here. I have a hat that says, you're Harry's son. By the way, your father's name is Harry. There's also a whole thing of the Pikachu can talk. That's crazy, right? Tim is like, this is crazy, how can I understand you? No one else in the entire world can understand this Pikachu. And imagine if you're in this situation, would you think you're insane? Or would you think that you're like blessed? Or would you think, oh, the end of the world is near? Or some other thing that I am not thinking about? Leave your comments, because whoa, I would be like, wow, this is cool. No one else can understand you, only I can understand you. What's the good use of this? How can we further do this good? How can we further collaborate? And I can help you because humans cannot understand you. They're also, both of them collectively, Tim and the Pikachu, are trying to figure out what happened with Harry. The Pikachu has amnesia, but he feels it in his jellies. My pumpkin fell. You feel it in his jellies, you know? And I'm thinking, yeah, that's probably a good feeling. It's like a gut feeling. And they're gonna go investigate. Tim goes to the cops. Hello, I am Harry's son. And the detective is like, I'm so sorry. He was killed in a car accident. And that's sad, because cars are very dangerous. It's like, I don't want to be killed in a car accident. Now I have to think about it. Now Tim is not even a Pokemon battler. Everyone keeps questioning around him, why do you not have a Pokemon? As he goes, traverses the world until he has a Pikachu. And everyone's like, oh, this Pikachu's awesome. I love this Pikachu so much. And I'm just like, yeah, I guess these, they're cute. If all you saw were these CGI creatures, and that was your reality, you would think they're cute. You would. You'd also see some nuances in them because that's all you're exposed to. And so they think this Pikachu is cute. I think this Pikachu is somewhat adorable. Especially the Psyduck that the reporter lady, she has a Psyduck. She's like, yeah, the Psyduck's amazing, but the Psyduck terrifies me. The Psyduck is a living mom, and that terrifies me. Why did Pokemon exist with humans? Oh yeah, because this is the reality that I would live in this reality, honestly. I'm throwing all these questions at, but like, honestly, I'd pick myself up like a Poochyena or like an Arcanine and like hang out. Honestly, that would be like heaven. I'm so glad that this movie exists because it's like, oh, this is my fantasy of a Pokemon paradise actualized. And it's the movie plot
makes sense, and let me tell you a little bit more about it. You know, Pikachu meets Tim, and then, a few minutes later, you got a bunch of angry Apoms. Gen 4. Oh man, I love these things. These things are adorable normally, but they're angry. They're chasing Tim and Pikachu out into the streets, crossing traffic. You got a bunch of honking horns, honk honk, but you also got a bunch of angry Apoms after him. Now they go to a Mr. Mime, and the Mr. Mime's like, let me show you a way, let me put some invisible walls, not speak a word. You got the Pikachu, he's losing his patience, and I'm like, why are you losing your patience? Just try to understand, but Tim can, which is nice, leads into another direction. This other direction is a place where Pokemon battles occur, which is illegal. And I'm like, man, I honestly wish there were some areas for Pokemon battles to be legal. So no Pokemon battles occur illegally and Pokemon get damaged and cannot heal or a multitude of problems. But no, it's full out illegal, so there's an underground ring, there's a whole black market of Pokemon battles. And they go to this Pokemon battle rink. Tim, Pikachu, they try to find some information, but uh-oh, the cops come. And the cops arrest Tim, and they're like, hello, Tim, your father died in a car accident. I swear, stop clinging to the idea that your father is alive because he's not. And I'm like, if someone told me that, I would think, what are you hiding from me? Are you in cahoots with somebody? Are you being paid to say this? Because I've heard you say this I guess this is the first time I've heard you say it, but you're being very, like, dude, come on. Don't, just let a guy cope, okay? I'm saying this, but I haven't been in this situation before, so I actually wouldn't know what it would be like. But they get contacted by some guy. Some guy is like, hello, I have information about your father. Mewtwo did it. Do you remember the opening sequence where Mewtwo was like, kablam, and a car flippity flopped? And I was like, well, that's tragic. But yeah, he kidnapped, you got kidnapped by Mewtwo, don't you know? And then they're like, whoa, what? What? How? Wow! We gotta go to this lab. We gotta find out more information. Let's just casually go there, okay? No one will think of it. But while after the lab, speak words maybe. But while they're at the lab, they find some purple gas, very familiar, just like the one that Harry had in his office, Tim's dad, and they're just like, what? Whoa, what does this do? Look at all them Greninjas, they're all angry. Also, they somehow get out. And they start chasing them out. Trying to find some more information on the dad, but instead they get a bunch of angry Greninjas and the source of this purple cloud stuff. And I'm just thinking, man, the progression of all of this is good because it is like an anime. Some guy calls them up, be like, hello, I know you're Harry's son, yeah. Harry was kidnapped. Ooh. I personally would question, well, how do you know this? How? There's also the fact that while they're running at Pikachu's like, oh, I'm falling. You wanna know why he's falling? Well, they're doing a couple of experiments on this Pokemon, trying to make it bigger, and they experiment on some Torterra, and you know how Torterra are big? Yeah, but they made them very large. They made them, like, massively large. That, like, oh, there's a shockwave that occurs. Oh, we're trying to lose some guys. Big old shockwave. And the shockwave causes all the Torterra to stand up. And then they're like, oh, looks like nothing's happening. Gotta go down. But in the perspective of Tim and Pikachu, they're just sliding down a bunch of trees, and you know what happens to Pikachu? He's, I feel bad, I'm unconscious. Uh-oh, that's not good. But a bunch of Bulbasaur come,
and like a bunch of other Pokemon come, and I really like them. They're cute. I'm like, whoa, look at them go. There's so many of them. Are they really that rare like the Pokemon games say they are? The starter type Pokemon anyway? Because look at how many Bulbasaur there are. There's so many. There's all of them are there, I guess. Must be some one big Bulbasaur tribe. But you know what's great about this? I just absolutely love Mewtwo comes. He's like, I'm gonna right on the Pikachu. And I'm like, whoa, is he gonna destroy him? Actually, he's healing him. Gives some of his memory. Turns out that the Pikachu let the Mewtwo out. And so Pikachu's like, oh no! I must be the worst guy ever! Oh no! And I'm like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. I'm just thinking, yeah, maybe, well, I wonder what the context was. Obviously, guys experiment on the Pokemon. I don't know if that's 100% legal, but you know what also exists? The fact that Pokemon are cool. I like them in this universe. Have I said that enough? I really like the Pokemon. But also, there's a bunch of just fairy type Pokemon leading to Mewtwo. Mewtwo's like, oh, the memory, boom! Then, after that happens, I have to leave. I have to leave. Tim's like, don't leave, we're partners. And then, they're like, well, let's solve this mystery together. Where is Harry? What? Why? What happened? But Pikachu leaves anyway and goes to this crash site. Also, it's Greninja. Greninja did it. He's a Greninja. What? Ah! Crazy, huh? Crazy how that works. Also, the guy who's like, yeah, your dad was kidnapped. He's like, yeah, it is I who's behind the arse powder all along. I'm gonna mind link to Mewtwo, and then I'm going to terrorize the entire city with powder and make them Pokemon. And I'm just thinking, what is your logic behind that? Why do you want Pokemon? And what do you want? Just Pokemon. They don't have opposable thumbs, some of them don't. How is society gonna work? We're just gonna have a bunch of skyscrapers that are gonna eventually collapse. If everyone stays Pokemon 5 ever, you gotta have humans too. It's not just Pokemon, but the humans have opposable thumbs. That's like the most important thing about humans. Opposable thumbs! Ah! Pokemon don't have opposable thumbs unless they do. But then they use their opposable thumbs to eat. And what's benefit is eating, except for getting very fat, becoming a very fat Pokemon. Humans are necessary for society to exist. So why? Why in your big genius plan? There's a bunch of parade balloons. They have gas. Everyone turns into Pokemon. Everyone merges into Pokemon. And I'm just thinking, what is it like to be a Pokemon as a human? Do you share the same brain space as a Pokemon? And so you have some connection to psychic abilities if you're like a psychic type Pokemon. And you also have a thinky thonky of the human. What if you were Alakazabra? That's not a Pokemon, an Alakazam. What if you shared your thoughts with an Alakazam? That would be terrifying. The Pikachu is like, you know what I'm gonna do instead? I'm gonna do the thing where I'm gonna jump on them balloons and I'm gonna bop them. Bop! He finally learns how to use his lightning abilities. I definitely did not mention that he didn't know how to use his lightning abilities when he was in the Pokemon battle. The illegal one, by the way. He was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go shock. And also, Tim just has some ability to, like, know which moves he has and which one's the most powerful. And I'm like, Tim, it's in your blood. Just become a Pokemon trainer. But what's also awesome is the Pikachu's like, I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna electrocute. And I'm just thinking, does this electricity also get rid of the gas too as well also? But Mewtwo doesn't want Pikachu destroying the balloons because their balloons are very expensive. Even though they're designed to release the gas. But no, that's a crime. Destroying personal property, criminal. So let's fight. Let's have a big old fight instead. And Tim has a little bit of struggle, but he does get the mind link off. And then Mewtwo
assist Pikachu with not falling to death. And how grateful is this? It's pretty grateful. It's pretty graceful. Amazingly graceful. We also have Mewtwo's like, you want to know more information about Harry? Harry tried to save you. He was such a good guy. Wow, he was the most goodest guy. He moved to change my heart. And you guys are two people in one body. What? And then they get infused. They become different entities. The Pikachu can no longer speak, but it is Ryan Reynolds as the dad. And it took me a second to realize. I was like, wait, the son and Ryan Reynolds don't look very similar. Okay, I get it. It's the voice. The voice matches the bot. Okay, I like this now. This is very anime. This is very Pokemon anime, I swear. There's so many similarities. Especially the similarities with like the first scene is definitely exactly like the first scene of the first Pokemon movie where Mewtwo breaks out because they keep experimenting on him. Yeah, that's how this movie starts as well. And now Mewtwo's like, you guys are amazing and have a good life. And then Mewtwo leaves, and now Tim is with his father, and they're about to go on a train together. And it's so lovely. Like, clean ties. We know where his father is. Aw, man, who could have thought that the guy trying to lead Tim in one direction was trying to lead Tim in that specific direction because he was trying to do some shady stuff. I knew there was nothing to trust him about. But I gotta say, I did not see it coming. I gotta be very honest about that. I did not see it. I quite enjoyed this movie. It definitely fulfilled my fantasy of having Pokemon. I want Pokemon now. I want Pokemon by my side. I want a dog that looks exactly like a Poochyena, because that would be adorable, honestly. But, man, if only I could live in Pokemon reality. But this was a very touching story about how Tim has to deal with his father's death. He also steps himself up to the plate, and in the end, he has his father, which is honestly pretty great. I'm so happy that they could spend the time together. The character progression from Tim being like, I'm insurance. I only want to sell insurance, to like, I'll be Pokemon trainer, Dad. Yeah! Having a Pokemon was awesome! And I feel like I would be the ultimate, the Pokemon master in salad if I was in this world. I wouldn't wait until I was 18 like Tim did. The colors looked great. Beautiful, vibrant colors. I loved just seeing that there's like blurred backgrounds when it's just Tim on screen and there's like blurred colors and it's not like the Pokemon. That's a good way to save money. I always love just seeing how like, oh, we don't have to like draw the Pokemon in this scene because it would cost like $5,000 or more per model to animate for how many specific animation costs so much. It looks so beautiful. I'm just like, man, what a beautiful, visually beautiful movie. I'm so glad they spent all the time and money into this movie because it turned out to be great, wonderful. Because this movie was so pretty, and I'm so happy about the prettiness of the movie, I gotta give this movie a solid, like, 7.2 out of 10. I'm inside and I saw Pokemon the movie, The Power of Us. It is directed by Yatsuo Yajima, and this seems to be another studio. This is technically the 20th Pokemon movie, so if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. This review is sponsored by my Linktree. You can check that out after the review. This movie starts and something is immediately off. It's drawn by a different studio. It's a different art studio. Pikachu and Ash look different. First of all, I should mention that like the movie starts, we're focusing on like
like 5 different characters with the first like 10 minutes, and then we focused on Ash, right? And like, it's interesting. There's one child whose mayor father just kind of leaves her alone for this at this wind ceremony, wind festival that's happening, and Lugia is supposed to come in town. Oh my goodness, I'm immediately hyped. There's this person who is asking this really cute, pretty hair woman with like blonde, some teal, and some pink in her hair, like, hey, could you catch this rare Pokemon for me? That's cute and all. And then there's their shenanigans. Then we have Ash who just comes in just like, hey, I'm Ash. I want to be your friend. And then she's like, wow, can you help me with this Eevee? And the first guy that she asks leads her astray. She gets caught by cops. No, you're not supposed to be here. She's mad. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That's hilarious. Also, this guy, he has like a cool face. He has a cool square face. He has cool sideburns, but he seems to be with his niece and his sister, which is what I see. And then what's interesting is that he is trying to have the niece love him the entire time, which I find hilarious because he seems to be very good at lying. He's a good lie. He's a good con man dude. Oh no, some bad stuff is happening around this wind festival. Ooh, what's happening? Well, we have Team Rocket is a very vital part of wrecking stuff. So Team Rocket's like, oh, I want to steal a little ball. Wow, there's a researcher guy who just loves Pokemon, doing some researcher things. You got the little Team Rocket gang. They are just about, man, they ain't doing no good. Also, Jessie has her, she has like a crop top on. Awesome. James looks like a girl. Not as awesome, but his hair is a little softer. I like it. Also, Meowth ears switch, it's nice. There's some like animation gags that really liven the Pokemon up. By gags, I mean like little things animated, like ear twitches. Pikachu is very expressive, and I like how expressive the Pikachu is. I noticed that the Pikachu is very pale, hilarious, but also they steal the thing that Lugia needs to guide the wind. Oh no, and now there's a bunch of there's no air. Ah, and also there's a bunch of smoke now, making everyone numb. Ah, now we have a bunch of people teaming up together, including this cranky old woman who made a windmill, but she doesn't like Pokemon at all. She learns to love Pokemon. That's fun. But she's like, oh, let's try to start this device thingy, and their efforts are futile. It's a bunch of people other than Ash, and Ash is just here. Ash just seems like he's along for the ride. There's so many people just getting smoked and their bodies are numb. It got people separated from their families, which is very sad. And now we have to find a nice, powerful solution. Also, I noticed, it's Pikachu and Eevee that's being featured here. Oh, what came out in 2018? This movie ends with everyone being saved by the efforts of everyone. We've produced some air, clear the smoke out. The research science guy, sad that he's caused the smoke, but he's also, he's researching it to help humans, but he loves Pokemon. He's a weirdo. He learns how to stand up for himself. That's nice. Ash is just kind of a side character, more than like a main character in this movie, in how I see it. Like, you see Ash, but Ash is always with somebody, And also now Lugia has appeared. And look, I was so hyped for Lugia the entire movie because I was like, oh my goodness, my boy Lugia. Lugia is my homie. I had a Lugia plushie when I was 10. I bought it off of eBay. I wasn't very familiar with Amazon yet. And what's interesting, I got my Pokemon Lugia plushie I don't know what happened to it. I gotta be honest with you. But I love that Lugia. The Lugia was awesome. Now, look what they did to my boy Lugia. Look at it. Look at it. It's so horrendous. It's so awful. They did it. They did him dirty with the little cone-shaped head. Boy, Lugia has a slope for the head. Has a literal slope head, little slope forehead that goes from like the tip of the nose all the way to the back of the head. It's not this like little circle thing and then a little like, oh, this little dragon thing. So it goes up and then whoop, it goes up. No, that ain't my boy Lugia. You misdrew Lugia. I have to deduct some points for that. I liked the animation, okay? I liked it. It was different, but I ultimately got used to it, and I enjoyed the art animation style. There were some 3D assistance, a lot of 3D assistance. There's some 2D. Some of the characters are 2D, very nice. I don't like how y'all misdrew Lugia. Who am I talking to? Am I talking to the movie people? Are they watching this? If you are watching this, people who produced this, whoever drew that Lugia specifically, please, I need to let you know that you did me dirty, okay? Man, I was so hyped. Oh, Lugia's gonna come here. Lugia's gonna come here. And then like the last like 30 seconds, Lugia's here for briefly. And Lugia's done dirty, okay? So I like the little character growth with all the characters. This is definitely like the most anime Pokemon movie. Like there's a lot more action in it. I like it a lot. I like a lot of action. I think this is a fine and fun Pokemon movie. It's definitely better than some Pokemon movies. I'm looking at you, Pokemon Diancie. That was a terrible movie. Don't like you. So I gotta give this movie a solid like 6.8 out of 10. I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon Mewtwo Strikes Back Evolutions. This is directed by Kunihiko Yuyama, and this is basically a remake of the first Pokemon movie, but with 3D graphics. So if you haven't seen this, I will spoil it for you. This review is sponsored by my Linktree. You can check that out after the review. You can check out my fans link. Dab. I mentioned it's the first Pokemon movie. And while I was watching this, I was looking for what differences there are between the two. Because the plot is basically, if you haven't seen the first Pokemon movie or this movie, we have Mewtwo is created by humans. Mewtwo kind of gets, is like, doesn't know his purpose, and so is like, acting out, is like trying to like deal with the fact that he doesn't know his purpose. He breaks out of his lab, MDKs a bunch of people, gets picked up by Team Rocket. Team Rocket takes advantage of this Pokemon. Mewtwo's like, oh, you're taking advantage of me. Humanity sucks. And then, you know what he does? He destroys the base, and then he invites a bunch of people to an island, the strongest Pokemon trainers. So they go to this island. There's a storm. Only the strongest could go to this island, So the one's the most resilient. Now they're at this island. They meet a beautiful princess. And then we have Mewtwo has clones of the 3 main starter Pokemon, okay? I have an opinion about this real quick. So I really like the little designs of the clone starter, the third evolution starters, Charizard, Venusaur, and also Blastoise. Blasting with water. I don't know why I did that. I just thought it'd be fun. But anyway, I like their designs, like little face scars or whatever the heck. But these are supposed to be clones, So it's like, what happened in this process? How did you get these? Are these just somebody else's clones of somebody else's Pokemon? Where'd you get these clones? Oh boy. But what's interesting is now we have all the Pokemon are out. Take the Pokeball, take all of the Pokemon. There's a big struggle with capturing Pikachu, and that was pretty tense.
I gotta say that. Before, I'm only mentioning stuff about like the movie now, like what I think about it, because honestly, I felt like the little introductions to the characters up to like where we're at the palace, I just felt like the delivery was a little flat, stiff kind of. The animation also kind of felt a little stiff, so that I was just like, okay, this is the introduction. I just feel like this is a worse Pokemon movie than the first Pokemon movie. I also think that now at this point, we're introducing Mewtwo. Mewtwo's like trying to find out who he is. Mew comes along to help save Ash, and they have a big old battle, big clash. There's a big clash, we're all clashing. Okay. Hilarious scene of all the Pokemon collapsing onto each other. I don't think it looks well animated. Like, it doesn't feel any weight. I don't feel a weight to like these Pokemon collapsing. Like, there is some weight to like the Pokemon movements and such. Like, Venusaur is pretty cool, I gotta be honest, but when Venusaur did a little then went back down, I thought that was really weird. I was not a big fan of that. I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. And also these bugs out here are weird. I don't like bugs at all. I don't do bug Pokemon type either, because I hate bugs. Bugs are bad. Anyway, I also really like how Venusaur and the other starters and their clones, and also the other clones of the Pokemons and such like that, all them Pokemons just collapse. And then Pikachu also gets a clone, and Pikachu, interesting enough, doesn't want to fight. And also Meowth's clone just doesn't want to fight him. They're just chilling. They're just chill dudes. Get away from me, bug. When Mew and Mewtwo have a big old and Ash gets caught in the middle of it, and there's bugs on me still. I hate how Ash is stone. I don't like that animation. Well, when I say animation, I don't like that asset. It was just Ash. I don't like the little look. I don't like the look of the entire movie. I'm not a big fan of this art style, to be honest. It's just leave it alone. Leave the Pokemon movie first one alone. You don't need to make a new one. Who is this supposed to appeal to, children? No, look at the anime that you drew. Look at it real good. Look at it. It looks awesome back then. Y'all did the best you could during the time that you did it. You don't need to make another one. This isn't a product of whatever spirit that Pokemon was during that time. This is like a corporate spirit. I feel it feels corporatized. It feels like a corporatized first Pokemon movie is what it feels like to me. And also, we're at the pivotal moment, the most emotional scene, and we see the Pokemon crying, and it's like, oh, these Pokemon are crying. And then I'm like, oh wait, it looks weird. It gets me out of the emotions. It separates me from the emotions, and then even separates me even further from the emotions, as now all of their tears are being sucked in. It's Pokemon. Who cares how it works? I don't really remember the first movie very well, to be honest, when it comes to that particular scene and how Ash got better. But it was like Pikachu crying on Ash, and then like the everyone's crying, and it just hits more. The emotions hit different. It's much more in the original Pokemon movie versus this one just feels butchered. And so I'm just mad by the time that Ash just comes alive yet again, and then Mewtwo is like, oh, well, I see how I did wrong, and then he takes his clones, and all the Pokemon just go off, and they're like, oh, have a happy time. Oh, what is that Pokemon up there? Oh my goodness, we're on a boat. Oh my goodness, there's Pokemon now, and look, Mewtwo's floating. It's like, why? I don't like the animation. The animation took it out for me. It made me feel like, oh, well, I know this is 3D animated, this is animation, this is literally animation, right? I just felt, even though, like, just cause, like, I guess this might be, like, the realistic shading, like, that I just feel that this movie is, like, more real than the first one, if you know what I mean. I just, like, the first one is, like, just cartoons, so I can, like, anything can go. Like, that's just like my brain. It connects cartoons to like in fantasy, whatever, versus like something that's supposed to be more shaded sucks. And when I say more shaded sucks, I mean, if it's not like, if the reality isn't explained as clearly, like, or shown, you know, show the reality, or say it, then I'm just like more likely to disconnect from 3D animations personally. But if it's a really good 3D animation, I feel the emotions will hit harder for me if it's like a better quality 3D animation, like Pixar movies. You know, like, I haven't seen the more recent ones, but there's like Pixar movies like Monsters Inc., Monsters University. Monsters University especially, when I first watched it, I really liked it. But like, I feel like the animation helped build upon the emotional support that the writing also does. And it's not like 2D. I feel like it'd be less impactful if it was 2D. So keep it 2D if it creates more impact is basically what I'm saying. Pokemon, please, why did you do this? I think it was a bad decision. I don't like Ash's face. I don't like their faces. I don't like their eyes. I don't like the animation. I mean, I don't mean to be harps on it so much. I mean, it's fine. It looks pretty when it's like still shots and such. The only time that I really didn't like the animation was like during falls and you see them bounce and then it's like, oh, well, why does this not feel heavier? Why does it just feel like I'm watching a puppet? Boom, boom, boom. Come on, I don't get it. I gotta give this movie a solid, like, oh, geez. You know, 5, 5, 5, 5. It's right down in the middle, right in the middle. I don't know how to feel about this movie. I mean, it's a remake. I just wish it was, the original story's great, which is why I'm giving it a high score in the begin with. I just think the animation and just like ruins the quality of the story for me. So it's a solid 5 for me.
I'm in Salad and I saw Pokemon the movie, Secrets of the Jungle. It is directed by Tatsuo Yajima. And this is pretty much the last Pokemon movie. Well, I have I Choose You that I'm gonna put up on Patreon, but this is pretty much my last Pokemon movie until a new Pokemon movie comes out. So if you haven't seen this movie, I will spoil it for you. Sponsored by my Linktree, you can check that out after the review. So the movie starts with a group of Zarude, and they're hanging out, but there's one who sees a child and takes this child and is like, I'm gonna take it to its parents, and never finds its parents, so he becomes a father. And Coco is actually just raised by this Zarude. Zarude is like a really cool father, and it's quite unfortunate that I think this kid's like 10 years old now. And this, because it was a little bit later, a plot detail was filled in that about he was without his parents for about 10 years. And what's interesting about this movie is it starts off with like a lot of tension between like characters, from like one group of characters, Zarude, to becoming a Dada, which is I guess a father form, or a really powerful form, I guess. That's what I got from this movie. And then that father is like trying to protect this kid, and this kid is like, oh, I want to go out into the world or something, only because he falls from a tree, gets injured. Ash finds him, puts him in a human hospital, and then he's just put into human civilization. And then there's like this whole debate, well, not debate, it's an argument. It's a whole argument between him and his father. And I liked this because I don't think I've seen a Pokemon movie where like the main character, because let's be real, I mean, Ash, sure, he's just a vehicle for this thing to happen, but I feel like in this movie, the Dada, Zarude, and Coco are the main characters. And so having these two main characters like argue in this movie, and like they eventually reconcile with each other, but like for a minute there, Coco hates his is like, why did you keep me away from human civilization? It's like, you didn't find your father, dude. You didn't find your parents, bro. Might as well just have him take care of you. And there's a lot of animation stuff that's pretty nice in this movie. That I liked how he runs on his hands like a little gorilla guy, and he also swings through the trees, and he's really agilic. His agility is like his top stat. That's what it's called. Top stat is agility. And he's not very good with communicating with people. Same here. Him and I unite. Let's go. Autism bros. I don't know if he has autism. I think he's just like a feral child example where, language develops very, 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 very young in the brain if you have a certain window to learn how to speak words, and once you're out of that window, it's really hard. So, you got this guy. I'm like, how is he going to learn how to become human? And also, he has the conflict with his father, but there's even a higher conflict. Is this guy who worked with Coco's father and mom, who worked with them, and has this machine, is like, I'm gonna use it to tear up the jungle. Also, what I love about this movie as well, I love how this movie covers the parents' death. And the parents die because this maniac guy with the big all the arms on his metal, whatever it's called, metal machine, was the one who rammed the parents off the side of the road. And then the parents were expecting a car explosion, and so they sent Coco down the river, and then they exploded and died in the car explosion. So that guy was the person who MDK'd his parents. So I feel like he should, not like this dude and get this dude away from the jungle, because he's starting to tear up the jungle. I saw this at this point. Oh, it's an environmental message, but it's definitely not as ham-fisted. Hand-fisted or ham-fisted? What's the proper saying? I keep saying ham and hand-fisted. Do let me know in the comments below, but I really like how at this point of the movie, it's just like, yeah, we gotta protect this jungle, man. Like, there's so many Pokemon in this jungle, and all the Pokemon come together to help stop this dude, and I'm glad that they do, because this guy stopped, and I'm like, oh man, now Coco can just live his life, and he's going on an adventure of his own, and he leaves his dada to go on an adventure. And so it's like, there's like this whole arc of learning, really seeing the first moments that we had, the Dada and Coco are together. You see them first moments when they first meet, and then through montages, you get to see him grow up. And so by the time that he's a little bit older and he's going out and about, he's like, oh yeah, I'm a human? Why didn't you tell me that? And there's actual emotional stakes. And then he leaves, and it's also emotional stakes there, because it's like, wow, we just saw this relationship and now they're going their separate ways. Ah, man, I really feel the impact of this moment. And great about this movie, not 3D animated. Not at all. Well, there's some 3D assisted animations, but that's totally fine. It's not completely 3D animated, which I'm really happy about. Cough, cough, Mewtwo, the next generation, or whatever it's called, generations review here, please, Dave. It was so bad. That movie, 3D animation sucked. This is a different art style than Power of Us, and I like it. I feel like this art style is, different, but it's still very loyal to the first, Pokemon, the Pokemon movies, all the other Pokemon movies that exist. The art style is very much similar to that, compared to Power of Us, which is a completely different art style. Also, Jesse and James in this one, top-notch prime. I love them so much. I gotta give this movie a solid 7.1 out of 10.